In accordance with the open meeting law, the board states for the record that this meeting is being recorded by NORCAM and may be recorded by other local media. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Let's get started with a proclamation.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, I move to proclaim June as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Plus Month in North Reading and to approve the associated proclamation.
Once there's a second, I would encourage
Second.
that the proclamation be read.
Yeah. Okay, so motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr.
Perhaps
O'Leary.
read and then vote.
Discussion.
Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer Plus Pride Month Proclamation. Whereas we recognize June as Pride Month throughout the United States and the world, we are reminded of what makes our community great. Our remarkable capacity to accept and embrace the lives of others regardless of our differences. In this regard, we stand together with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer plus community as they declare their pride in who they are and whom they love. The LGBTQ plus community has worked tirelessly for respect, equality, and their very right to exist. While there has been remarkable progress towards acceptance and equality in recent years, members of the LGBTQ plus community still face an unacceptable level of discrimination. We must push back against those who threaten LGBTQ plus people, and we must continue to make the case that all human beings share something fundamental in common, that all of us want to love and be loved. Therefore, be it resolved, we are proud to support our LGBTQ plus community's right to live their lives out loud. As we celebrate Pride, we must continue to demand equal rights for all. Therefore, be it further resolved, the Select Board members do hereby proclaim June to be Pride Month for the LGBTQ plus community in North Reading. And therefore, be it further resolved, we encourage all residents to celebrate our proud and diverse LGBTQ plus community through a parade, decorations, and moral support that reflects well on our town in support of our LGBTQ plus neighbors. And we recognize LGBTQ plus residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods have made North Reading a vibrant community in which to live, work, and play.
Any further discussion? Thoughts? Okay. Roll call.
Nope, doesn't have to be roll call.
Okay. On the board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous.
May I just ask who seconded the motion?
I did.
Mr.
O'Leary.
Mr. O'Leary.
And again, just as an aside, this is the event.
Yep.
Yes.
Right there. Yep.
I mean,
Excellent. All right.
So we can celebrate. Ms. Moran will share what's going on this month.
yes, so the 6th annual North Reading Pride event will be on Sunday, June 28th. It will be at the IRP gazebo from 12 to 3 p.m. There is no... Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. So the 6th annual North Reading Pride event is going to be on Sunday, June 28th, in the gazebo at IRP from 12 to 3 o'clock. There will be 4 entertainers, and it will be a family-friendly event. There is no parade this year in lieu of having a party. Picnic lunch is encouraged.
And again, prior to that, from 11 to 12, there'll be a peaceful demonstration on the North Reading Common and Park Street from 11 to 12, and then gathering again from 12 to 3 at Ipswich River Park.
Thank you very much. All right. We'll move on to the next one, and that is to explore intergenerational senior center planning committee. So this is a discussion. We're not making any decisions tonight. This is just a discussion to remind ourselves what that was all about. So I'll start out with Michael, if you can Remind us of the slides we had back in October of 2025. That'll be a good start for all of us to remember.
So, Mr. Chairman, these are slides from the October 2025 Fall Annual Town Meeting regarding two articles associated with the senior center. One was for continued facilities planning in the amount of $150,000 from free cash to continue planning for an intergenerational or senior center. And the second article appropriated $30,000, which proved to largely not be necessary, to evaluate responses to a request for proposals to rent space here in town, the results of which I believe were reviewed at a meeting back in either April or March or April. We had some slides at that time that just described the needs of the senior center with regard to the growth in the programming, the spreading out of use amongst multiple facilities here in town, including here in the gym, at Aldersgate, seasonally. The Masonic Lodge at one point, although that use has ended as of, I believe, the late part of last year. Of course, the existing senior center in the third meeting house, that's the main room where programming is provided. And then this is some of the needs that were identified for space, some of which was incorporated into our request for proposals during the fall and early winter prior to being reviewed by the Council on Aging and the Select Board. This is an overlay that just shows square footage based upon need, and this is a rendering that was done with regard to a potential, I believe, senior center building. That's the intergenerational center? I'm corrected, so that was the intergenerational center.
So thank you for that reminder. So our plan is to, get this committee growing. Some of the opportunities have been limited. We already know that we look for spots doing an RFP for lease space. A committee, I don't even know who was on that committee, came back and said none of the three were acceptable. So we're living within our means right now, being spread out over 4 areas, or looking for a place where we can build out a senior center and or intergenerational community center. And so I guess we could be looking at buying land and or we could be looking at town land. Town land would be complicated. So this whole initiative has complications, but we need to get started on it sooner than later. So that's my introduction from the board. Any particular things that you want to see happen within this committee beyond what was shared and what I've just mentioned? Go ahead, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Chairman, just want to thank you very much for putting this on the agenda 8 months after the voters voted, so thank you. There's a test fit on those slides for Ipswich River Park, and outside of a senior center, outside of a community center, I think this board needs to maybe look into the option of Article 97 land swap. It's free. We can get the paperwork going on our side, but I think it would give the town an understanding of what we actually have available. And there may be other needs coming down the line where we might want to use that land, whether it's for this or something else. But I think at least giving us the knowledge that, hey, we've got the stamp, we're good. It gives us 4 acres of land that You know, we have a lot of capital improvement needs, and I think it just adds another parcel to the list that we could use. So that would be separate about Article 97. Mr. Chairman, I'd like this board to consider something, and more so about a community center or senior center building committee. To me, I would like to see this board consider, you know, over the past couple of years, we've understood with this building here, Town Hall, and how it's really fallen apart. And I've come to understand that too, and more our infrastructure. So I'd like to propose that this board consider the option of a senior center / town hall. A town hall with a senior center wing. And I completely understand the benefit of seniors with students, seniors with kids. I agree. I see the look on my Nana's face every time my nieces are with her too. So I do understand both benefits to both groups. But part of this reason for a community center was about giving the kids a place to go. And fresh off of 97 Main Street, Mr. Lynch is going to be providing these kids a place to go. I don't want to build something with our money, our taxpayer dollars, when there might be something simultaneously being built with private money. And so if there's an opportunity, we have 9 to 10 acres here on this site. I think there's an opportunity we could simultaneously do the Article 97 land swap, see what that takes. I don't think that's an ideal spot for a town hall next to Ipswich River Park. But I do think we have plenty of land here to be able to build both, and I think it would be beneficial because, one, it's a town hall service, Council on Aging. But I believe it's two quiet activities, as in 97 Main Street, there was an idea of let's put a fire station next to a senior center. I don't think that goes well together at all on the same site, but I think that you're going to have the opportunity to economy to scale. While you're at it, let's see what we can, you know, the market's unpredictable. Construction costs are going up, and I think there's an opportunity that we should look into that. And that would be, you know, because if we look into just a senior center or just a community center, this building, this town hall, our town hall, continues to fall apart. And I think there was a concern from seniors, and I'm looking more after seniors and parents here, but there was a concern that parents would not be in favor of a senior center because it doesn't have, you know, immediate need for them or their kids. Well, the town hall has a need for everyone, and I think everyone is very aware of the condition of our town hall. So I think could be in our best interest to get to kill two birds with one stone.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tyler.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think Mr. Massey's proposal is unreasonable. This may just be more vanity on my part, but I have on 2 occasions had to report back to Google that they don't know where our own town hall currently is. They have literally told us that the town hall is at the Moose Lodge, I believe it's called, which is the other side of Main Street for anyone who doesn't know. I don't know of any of the other surrounding towns who have a town hall that's set back out of the way as this one is here. Again, admittedly, this is a bit more of a vanity issue, and I don't have a clear solution now where it would go, whether it would go on Main Street. If you want the aesthetic of a nice small town feel for a town hall, it would really go somewhere more in the other town center, which is where Batch and Ryers and all that is. You know, don't at me, where would we stick that? I'm aware of the logistical challenges of that. But I do feel, you know, one thing is you are surrounded by residents here, residential properties here. And obviously it would need to be considered whether there is possibly a better deal to have this land used for residential, to sell it off for residential purposes and then use those funds for a better location. With the caveat, I don't have exactly the answer of where that other location is at this time, especially given the events of town meeting 2 weeks ago. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Warren?
I don't disagree that the town hall needs some work, but I think we should probably focus on one thing at a time. I think the purpose of the article on the October warrant was to convene a committee that would look specifically for a senior center that maybe would become an intergenerational center at some point, and I think we should focus on that. We should convene the committee and have them confirm that the programming that was reflected in the master plan is still current, because the senior population continues to grow. So I think we need to look at, I think we need to validate the programming that we have and make sure that that's still what we want. I suspect that maybe we need a little bit more space than what's currently laid out, and we should find a location in town, whether it's in Ipswich River on the Wheeling property or somewhere else. I think that should be the charge of the committee.
Sorry, I don't write as fast as she does. Someday you'll teach me shorthand. Does that still even exist? I don't remember shorthand even exist anymore. No, it doesn't. Mr. O'Leary.
Well, if we're going to talk about intergenerational senior center specifically, I think what we need to do, first of all, and I think what this committee needs to do, is to assist us in informing the public as to what options are available to us and some idea as to what the cost might be. Again, I think we were talking about an intergenerational center. I mean, 97 Main Street or whatever's going in there is not going to meet all the needs of the kids. It is not going to take care of what an intergenerational center provides for the community. It provides, what's being provided down there and what's being proposed is a recreational facility for, indoor soccer fields, basketball courts, exercise rooms, things like that. Not all kids are athletic. Not all kids have interest there. There are other interests that an intergenerational center can help coordinate and with the senior center with certain activities and interests of children who are not necessarily athletes and not for a fee. Again, this is not free. 97 Main Street is a business organization who has to make money in order to pay their rent. But that being said, what we need to find is, really what are we looking at? I mean, Article 97 is, first of all, what are you going to build? We have an idea from the facilities master plan that a senior center is about $18 million and intergenerational is about $30 million. So we have a good idea as to the space that would be provided based on the facilities master plan and what the associated cost of building a facility would be. So where are you going to put it? Ipswich River Park, Mullen Field, here behind Town Hall, and that's about it. That's about it, unless you go and acquire, that's if you're going to use town-owned land. You've got basically 3 sites. If you're going to do new construction, full-scale programming as outlined in the facilities master plan with input from the Director of Elder Services, Youth Services, and what do we really need? So we have those numbers already. What we need to present to the public is this something that you want to buy into? Whether it's just the senior center, which is 12 to 15,000 square feet, or 30,000 square foot for an intergenerational center. But they need to know what the options are, and then where's it going to go? Article 97 has some hurdles, but they're not insurmountable. We've talked about this over in the past years, and again, we have to get the Hillview Commission involved in relation to Ipswich River Park. Rita Mullen Field would just basically be the board and the administration to handle it, and Town Hall is just the board and the administration handling it here, as far as that goes. I don't think we have an appetite for trying to find another piece of land to build a senior center. Again, I don't know that the parcel out here, 2.5 acres or whatever it is, out by Martin's Landing on Lowell Street is sufficient enough, but again, that's another parcel we can take a look at. Then it's, what are we going to do with the current senior center in that facility? That building isn't going anywhere. That is truly a pillar of our community. It's a picture of our community, and we're going to have to do something with that facility. The facilities master plan also addressed retrofitting the senior center into that facility for about $10 million. It doesn't give us all of the programming spaces that we would ideally like to have, but is an alternative to give us something more than what we have and utilize current structure that we also have. So the committee needs to look at the current facility, what the facilities master plan, and it's a great tool, it's completed, and it really is a good starting point for the committee to look at. And eventually, this board is going to have to decide, what's going to be presented to the public for their consideration. Is it one option, two options, three options? And then people will decide on a menu, what do they want to afford, and what do they figure they want to provide. So I think the initial charge for this committee is to look at all of the options available to us, locations of pluses and minuses of the locations and what needs to be done in relation to getting it located, whether it be at Ipswich River Park or whether it be at Rita Mullen Field. Where are we going to get adequate space of equal value to swap off with the state, because it's the state that's requiring us to do the swap on an Article 97 swap. Where's it going to be? It's going to be up at Swan Pond area. That's fine. Is that sufficient? Or what amount of space up there would be deemed sufficient of equal value to swap it off so that we can then use the current parkland for municipal purposes? Because right now we're restricted, can't do it. So to me, that's what the charge of this, initial charge of this committee is, to look at all of the options, not one. We can rank them, but we need all of the options and look at the facilities that we currently own and provide the board some input here as to how's it work, how does it get ranked, and then we'll have to decide as far as an override question, because this is going to have to be a debt exclusion vote to do it, what gets offered to the public. My initial reaction is, don't just give them one. You're going to give them a couple of choices here, at least 2 or 3 choices to decide what they want to afford. So to me, that's what the initial charge should be here. And again, whether it's going to be senior center or intergenerational center, that's for the committee to discuss the pros and cons too, because there are costs associated with doing this. So this is going to be it's focused, but it's also important to differentiate senior center, intergenerational center, and where it's going to be and how much it's going to cost. So there's going to be a lot of information that's going to have to be gathered, and a lot of it's available. And then what machinations do we have to jump through, what hoops do we have to jump through in order to get it done? And then we'll provide the public an opportunity to decide, town meeting, and then obviously at the ballot box. But to me, that's what the committee needs to be charged with and take a look at. And it's all the options, not just, we want this here, this one. I'm not going to sit here and say that's the solution. And I'm not going to assume what the public's going to support or not support. Part of the delay, and again, I'll take some responsibility here, in forming this committee, was that we had an opportunity with 97 Main Street to help address this situation, along with some other issues, as we already talked about, Town Hall and some other municipal facilities. Town meetings made a determination that they don't want to go that route. That's fine. I accept that. I said, but one of the reasons that we didn't move forward was that was going to provide a cost-effective way to address these concerns and save the taxpayers millions of dollars. But they've opted not to, and that's okay. I'm fine with the decision the town meeting has made, and we need to move on and move forward. So now, what do we have, other options do we have available to us? And again, people want us to take a look at town-owned land. I want to take a look at town-owned land because I can't think of any marketable piece of property that we want to take and build a new structure on. So we'll have at it, and we'll go for it. So this is what the committee needs to be charged with. This is what they need to look at, and make the determination as to what the costs are going to be and the benefits of senior versus senior intergenerational center. And so it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be interesting, for people who are going to get involved. And, I look forward to assisting in the determining, who's going to be a participant in it, and then assisting the committee in any way I can moving forward. So, and then the public will have hopefully a lot of information to read through, but then some recommendations to make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. I'm sure some people out here would like to comment, so I'm just going to consider this to be public comment time. And if you want to talk about this, I just ask two things. One, no grievances. We're trying to move forward, so please keep your complaints to yourself, and keep your time down to a limit so that everybody can participate. And if you hear somebody else say something that you would say as well, consider it said. All right, so just try to be efficient. So let me start with Ms. Mullen, please. Nope, Ms. Mullen, please. Rita?
Oh, go ahead, Judy. You're older than I am. You go first. I didn't say that.
And you can comment on anything, just if you want to comment about this would be the time to do that.
Okay. I think that we're a lot further ahead than it sounds like today. LUC and Recreation did an exit interview after the Facilities Committee. We weren't members of the Facilities Committee, but we were certainly invited to all the meetings. And when it was all over, the couple of years that it went through, the members that were invited to go were Recreation, Youth Services, Veterans, Land Utilization, Hillview, to, be part of any comments that we had on an intergenerational center. Let's call it community center for now, it's quicker. Senior or recreation center. LUC has continued to work on land that we've talked about. So to think that we don't already have this, we had about 19 different town-owned land that we looked at. We came up with we're still looking at about 5 or 6 options to answer the Chapter 97. It is not that simple. It would take, because they're recreation lands, it would take recreation land utilization in the Hillview to vote that the town no longer needs them as recreational land. So we're talking 5.5 acres. The 1/4 acre we own is the house we took 2.5 years ago that we bought at town under the municipal pot. We did talk to some of the developers, and they have done 1/2 acre sites for Hillview, for senior centers and for senior and intergenerational, and they can do it on that 1/2 acre. There's obviously would be parking next door anyway on recreation, that they've been parking there. But, so everybody understands, it is not that simple. I have been working with 4 of the people at the state for the past year, talking to them about if we go before Chapter 97. We've given them deeds, we've given them all the property that we want to use and what we would have to do with it. Their answer is they cannot sit down. We gave them a list of to-dos and not to do. And we asked them, if we give you this list, which we did, can you tell us if we go through the whole process 97, can we switch it over? Can we use it now for what we need it for in recreation? Because you cannot give up the land if recreation says they still need it and Hillview doesn't want to give it up because it's already recreation. If the town decided they still want to do it, they'd still need the vote of recreation to be able to go to legislation and say the town does not need it under recreation. The state said they cannot tell us again which way we can go unless we file a grant application, basically, for them to tell us what we can do. If we applied for a grant application and said we wanted to put a turf field there, if Recreation and Hillview want to do that, instead of a community center, they would look at a grant application, and they could come back and say, we're not going to give you a grant because under recreation, you need to do this, this, and this. We need the lawyers by that point to say, let's go if LUC Rec and Hillview wanted to turn it over. But we can't turn it over and also say, if we give it up, and this is probably a problem that Recreation and LUC would have, to say that we give it up because we don't need it for anything, which certainly we could use it for some things. We can't also, if we're going to give it up, we can't tell the town what you have to do. So the point comes down, do we trust the Hillview? Do you trust the town and Recreation? If they say we don't need it, then it comes before the selectmen and says, okay, we want to go to the state and try to turn it back into something else. Hillview, Recreation, and LUC can't say to the selectmen, if we give it to you, we want an intergenerational center there. You kids could come back and say, well, we want to do something else once it's municipal property. So in looking at that, it's not a fast thing to do. We still would have to give back a parcel of land equivalent to 5.5 acres somewhere in town that could be used for recreation. And that land has to be used that it was equal to what we already have, that you could put a turf field or whatever you want there. So it's doable, just like just like the Mullen Field, but it's not an easy, quick answer. And they said they cannot give us the do's and don'ts. We'd have to apply for something, and then they tell us if it passes or not. So having that, we looked at 19 different sites in town. Some we removed because we don't think, and I'm saying the we is LUC, and have been working with Recreation to look at these sites. The half acre that the town bought, which is municipal property, should be used, looked at, to say, like I say, we've talked to some of the developers that said, yes, it could. 3 developers that have already done it. That land we already own, that 1/2 acre, you could put a senior center, and maybe it'd be a senior center much better than what we have, and plenty of parking. Possible have some space for recreation. If not, seniors need it, probably the number one thing that we need. Probably could go there, like I said, and open up the parking on recreation land, if they let us do the paving. And again, that's another thing we can ask. It's not just one, we can do it. So there's still, every time we have a question, there's another question that follows it. So that one is not, Mullen and that are not 2 automatic ones we can do. It's gonna take money for the town, the attorney, to go through it and spend how much money, that they couldn't give us an answer exactly, but they can probably tell you that they've, for other towns, have spent $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 to look into everything. Whatever their number is, our attorney also said, I can't give you a number because every town is different. So, yes, you've got 2 sites you can look at, but they're not the easiest ones. The half acre, senior, that the town owns, is certainly doable to look at. We absolutely have been asking for years to give us this space. We looked at the land behind there. We had a couple of conservation people on our committee, and we had a builder that was on it, and we looked at it. This site here is definitely a possibility, but we've been asking for a long time. Can we look at that? It's very possible you could put the senior center attached to a town hall. If that happened and they found the land, that could be done first. Town owns it, so that's just really look at a feasibility study for that, feasibility for the half acre. We looked at a property on 57 Haverhill Street, 4+ acres. So we looked at ones that are doable. Not saying they're the best yet, but we're marking on what would have parking, what would have this, what easy access, what isn't. So those things have been done. The thing that I have to say is on November 9th, 2025, we had that exit interview committee meet with the town administrator. We went through a list of people that we thought, groups that should be on it: Council on Aging, Recreation, Youth Services, Veterans, Land Utilization, Hillview, somebody from Public Works Department, Public Services, and of those, CPC, of those groups, we could take somebody that had, people that have building professionalism that could also help with some of these things. On some of these lots we've looked at, I've spoke with Todd in town because he's obviously has a lot of information on the facilities to give us some of his input on what we talked about. So yes, it's more money than 97, but 97 Haverhill Street is what Steve was saying. That's going to be active recreational things that happen there. We still have to look at in recreational sites, because recreational is more passive, and it's to help everybody in town that would fall under recreation, all type of kids. The 97 Main Street is different. It's gone. We lost it. But that letter that I went over with the TA to give them our recommendation from Hillview, it was asked to be given to the selectmen. I believe one of the selectmen probably looked at it, changed some of the verbiage in it. Letters went out to the selectmen at the time. It was supposed to go to the selectmen at the time to say, this is our recommendation. You don't have to take it. We're just feeling that those people, for the past 2 years, working with the seniors, working with all those committees, have done all the same sites that we did since 2014. So we are a lot further ahead than everybody thinks we are, and that's why we wanted it to start from that time, because it's not a no-brainer. We were going to find out if we could do 97 or not. We were still working on it. LUC said we're not stopping, Rec said we're not stopping, the seniors said we're not stopping, so we went to do all this land on it. So it's an issue that, again, all those groups felt we were not discussed, wasn't discussed with all these groups to say what this committee should look like. We believe it should be that, and we believe senior selectmen and other town groups, finance, those people should be liaisons and not members of the committee, because the committee is going to do all the work we talked about. look for the sites, look for the money that goes into it. At the end, the selectmen are going to be the ones that is going to get the information from this committee to bring to the selectmen, so you're going to get the answer at the end. To be honest, and it's not a knock on anybody, the selectmen have, every one of you has 5, 6, 7 committees you're liaisons on. Finance is the same, the liaisons to all these things. To put them on a committee that we're looking to get the most done in the fastest time, to now try to decide when can we do it, because the selectmen meet 5 nights a week with everything else, as does finance. Do it like a regular committee, let us do our homework, most of it has been done, and go from there. That's it, thank you for your time, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
Yes.
Pat Fillmore, 24 Fieldcrest Terrace, and just a quick note on what Mr. Massey said. Using this property, back in 1985, I think, this was the best place for the town hall when you wanted to put a multi-million-dollar library over there. This was the best place. And now all of a sudden it's not good enough. We've got 10 acres of land that can build a town hall and a senior center or an intergenerational center, not spending money to buy more land. If it was good back then, why isn't it good now? That's all.
Yes, please.
Lisa DiTrapano, 230 Martin's Landing. I'm also a member of the COA. I would, if you could enlighten me as to how an agenda is put on for the select board meeting, and especially, specifically, tonight's agenda. It came as a great surprise on Thursday when we found out that we were on the agenda, and very disrespectful that the Council of Aging was not notified. Acting Director Jackie Quinn was not notified. Not knowing that this was going to be on the agenda did not give us time to maybe get our ducks in a row. We didn't know this would be a positive or a negative experience. And so, again, I find this very disrespectful to the council and to the senior center. And to me, it speaks volumes as to the opinion of the senior center or the Council of Aging.
Yes, please.
Maxine McPherson, and I'm at 220 Martin's Landing, and I also am a member of the Council on Aging. What bothers me most about all of this talk is that it's been 8 months that you have done nothing. When we passed at the town meeting that we were going to give money for this committee, we also said we would go out with an RFP to see if we could rent it. That went out right away. We formed a committee. We got 3 responses, none of which met our needs, and that ended the discussion. That was months ago. But the board has done nothing to, everybody's saying, well, there's this space and there's this space, and we got money for maybe this or whatever. 97 Main Street, that's gone. We did that at the town meeting. And there are other spaces, maybe. I don't know the town that well. I've only been here 4 years. Of those 4 years, I've spent 3 of them on the council trying to get senior space. We made it intergenerational because we thought that parents would take care of it better and would vote more on our side if we made that name for it. But what are the seniors getting? Nothing. How are the seniors growing? We're already about 35% of the population here. And we're growing. We're not getting smaller. Your high school's getting smaller. You do have plenty of places for kids. You've got the high school gym. You've got all that land in the front, all those parks. You've got a beautiful football field. They can play soccer. They can play lacrosse there. They're going to have supposedly what Mr. Lynch is going to offer us. I haven't seen anything in writing. He's never come to a council meeting and asked us to support him. I mean, we've been asking and asking and asking to form this committee. And I think right now, the only thing you need to do is form the committee, let them go and find what they can, and write a report that goes to you and then to the town. Because ultimately, it is not you who will make the selection. It's the town. Thank you.
Just a comment. It's a little unfair to say we haven't been doing anything. We've been working on 97 Main Street, and if I had an opportunity to present the full presentation at town meeting, you would have understood the depth and amount of understanding that went into that, where we were looking out for the seniors, where we were looking out for everybody, and came up with a way to save $24 million off of municipal costs, but also bring $2 million worth of new tax revenue to our use, which we could really use. And that was rejected by the town. That was rejected by the town, very clear.
You could have come to the council too. We should have some say in what's happening. We weren't even asked to be here tonight. We weren't asked or told that we didn't have it on the agenda. And you could have come to the meeting
We,
and at least told us what was going on.
tonight was just a chance to just reset about that committee. We're not making any decisions about anything tonight. We're just resetting it. And you can blame me because after the town meeting, this was the most obvious thing to do next. Yes.
Sorry, Laura Tempesta, 31 Riverside Drive. Just since I'm here, how do you start a committee? Just curious.
How do you start a committee?
Yeah, for this purpose.
So you do up a, you have a discussion like we do. We put together, a mission statement for it, define who the people should be involved with it. It comes back to the board again. I'm sure we'll take comment from outside, and then once it gets locked down, you create a committee. This isn't the first time, we created a sustainability committee that didn't exist before. Tax aid committee was rejuvenated. This is all in the last few years. We create committees that are relative and do something.
Yeah.
And they work. So this one, yes, we put it on pause because really, the majority of the board was really thinking 97 Main Street was a possibility with many solutions, but that didn't work out. And so now we're back to trying to do something that's not going to be easy. It's going to be more expensive, and we don't have an obvious place where to build it. It's a big challenge
It
now.
seems like you do have support for a committee, at least.
What's that again?
It seems like you do have support for a committee, at least.
Yes, it seems like people want to see that happen, yes. In the back, please.
Ron Kern, 12 Quimby Road, also Parks and Rec Chairman.
Yep. Hi.
We've been behind the scenes on this for over 14, 15 years. So I like to just move forward. I don't want to go back. Can we at least tonight come up with a plan of how we want to basically proceed date-wise? Like by the...
Date-wise?
Date-wise.
Date.
Right, so that we know over the next 3 months, we're going to have a committee in place. And then over the next 3 months, that committee will meet and try to come back to you guys with solutions or potential solutions and keep everyone here informed of that said plan.
Yeah, can do the best I can, yeah.
All right, because otherwise we'll just keep doing what we've been doing. And that is talk about it, but we don't really inch
I'm actually
forward.
a person who likes to get things done.
Right.
Very objective-driven, so
So-
it's now on the top of the list to get it done. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Appreciate it.
Like
Thank you.
to move that along as well. Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Massey.
Chairman, I started my comments thanking you for one of your first meetings, putting this on the agenda after an activity. So, again, the chairman is the one who sets the agenda for select board meetings. We should be thanking Mr. Wallner for, within his first month, putting this on the agenda. The community center versus senior center, what I'd hate to do is create a committee and say, go determine if you want a community center or a senior center. I think we already did that, and I think it's more of a question, but select board makes the decision on if we want to go forward with a community center or a senior center. But I think those studies have already been done, so in an effort to not start the clock over again, I think if we're going to set this committee, have a charge that is either one or the other, or a town hall senior center. I don't know, just throwing that out there. But the community center is something that just to consider for this board if we are the ones to make that decision. If you look at the studies, and I was a part of the facilities master plan, so I understand what the square footage breakdown was. A community center, a third of it is an annex of a town hall. And I don't want to beat around the bush. That's not what I do. A third of it was space for departments in this building to move over there. So, just to consider that, kids, seniors, well, it was also a third of it for town hall services. And it did have a basketball court, so, don't know if we need all that, but just something for us to consider.
Yep.
Thank you.
No one else? Okay, let's move on.
Mr. Chairman, a question from online.
Oh, sorry.
From Valerie Schiavone, question, who should be on the committee?
Yeah, I think it's been defined in the past. Mr. O'Leary shared with me a slide of who should be on there. I think it's somewhat obvious, but I want a chance to digest that as well. So, but we will, next round, we'll come back with who should be on the committee. And it'll probably adopt exactly what was created before. I just hadn't seen that up until tonight.
Minimum number of people, maximum, what
Exactly.
category of
Exactly. Yeah.
technology.
Yeah, yeah. I think that makes sense. All right, anybody else online, Michael?
Doesn't look that way, no.
Okay, well, thank you for that, appreciate it. Let's do board member reports.
Can we move to the hearings, Mr. Chairman? We've advertised both of them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we're well beyond the time.
Okay, what would you like to, what should we do?
I think we just take them in order.
Well, Actually, why don't you see if there's, since you opened this up for public comment, why don't we conclude public comment? If there's anything other than talking about senior intergenerational
Yeah, I think we're
center,
done with public
you know,
comment.
then
yeah.
we'll
I
be done
don't
with
think that was the public comment period.
That's what the chair.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was public comment.
Good.
Yeah. All right, so let's go right to 7:30? It's 7:30,
See if there was any other public comment.
I think that's it, right? Yeah. Nobody online, yeah,
No.
we're good.
Someone there.
There's one more
Okay.
comment.
Can you just repeat what you said about the timing? I couldn't hear back here.
Oh.
As far as the guidelines and when those,
You mean as far as the committee itself?
yes.
So probably by the next meeting, we'll have a draft mission statement with potential people. It'll be reviewed again. I'm sure it'll be modified, revised, and then probably by the third time, we'll be voting for it. And then we go from there. Rita?
Just one more comment. I
Microphone.
still believe that as opposed to you kids sitting down coming up with something, you should be speaking to, and I thought you have to, in my opinion, should be speaking to the people that are involved in it, the directors, and like I said, to ask us what you think, what we think you should be looking at. Because we've looked at 47 different senior centers and rec centers. We know a lot more about it than the group up there, because that was our job. You kids can't do everything in town and expect to, we can't expect you to do it all.
Yeah.
The kids are running the town and doing more of the big things that you have to worry about.
If anybody would like to brief me,
No, but I think it's important.
independently, be happy to do it.
Okay, if that's great. We can set up a-
Because I can't absorb it right here, so,
Okay,
yeah.
no, that's great, but we've got the whole team together that's been doing it. If we can sit down and talk to you about why we think we do it, as opposed to you just coming up and saying.
Happy to do that. Happy to do that.
Thank you very much.
Be glad to make myself available.
We have one individual online,
Okay.
Kathy. I just clicked to ask you to unmute if you're able to.
Yes, this is just on public comment. I'm Kathy Sumner, and I live at 53 Swamp Pond Road. I'm one of the meal site coordinators at Mystic Valley, and I work in the kitchen at the O'Leary Senior Center, and we are having our annual barbecue on Wednesday, July 22nd at 12 noon, and I would like to invite the whole board and Mr. Gilberto to our barbecue, so you could see what we go through when we have a big event. You're all invited, and be our guests.
Well, thank you very much. That's a very nice
Thank you.
offer. Yeah.
Mr.
Oh,
Chairman,
Mr. Massey has a question.
Kathy, do you mind repeating that date again?
I heard July 22nd.
July 22nd at 12 noon next at the O'Leary Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I speak for a moment? We have 6 people down the other room. We can't hear a goddamn thing you're saying. It's all muffled.
We can't.
You can't have a couple more chairs down here? It's ridiculous. You can't put the trash thing. And we can't even come in and speak because we're stuck way down there. One of you should walk down and listen to what they're saying. Well, I have another lady. It's okay.
One real reason why we need a new town hall.
Bigger meeting space.
I think it's, can only do so much, right?
In the rear.
Do you want to come forward, please? Oh, hi. Okay, go ahead. Hi, Lisa.
Just while we're waiting for them, do you need help with this committee for the senior center?
Do I need help?
Yeah,
Do you mean like drafting it?
volunteers
Volunteers, you mean?
Volunteer.
to help
Well,
you?
if you know, some people have already sent me
Okay.
emails saying they'd like to volunteer.
I just didn't know if there might be people here tonight, but I'll send you an email.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks. Go ahead.
This is just something a little different. My name's Laurie Martinez, 21 Concord Street. On January 12th, there was a meeting about flammable license with the people next door to me. It's been postponed. I'd like to know if they still have it. That is, I believe you all remember. Where does it stand?
Good question. Do we know, Michael?
Yeah, so they filed an application that we determined to be incomplete. So we kicked it back to them and said that they needed to provide additional information prior to us considering granting the license. So we're awaiting a complete application to come forward.
Okay, they have the flammable materials right now, right?
My understanding is that some of it is on site, yes.
Safety issues. I'm a 2-minute walk from them. We're just going to let them wait and keep this stuff on the property?
That's not our intention. I know the fire chief's been in touch with the owner of the property with regard to what's on the site, and I think the fire department has a good familiarity with what's there, but we'll certainly press them that they need to file a complete application so that we can get it in front of the board. And you'll be notified when that hearing date's chosen.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. We good now? Well, so let's skip board member reports. Let's get right to water rate and capital plan hearing.
And I think, does Charles have the hearing notice? Charles, I think you have a hearing notice for the water rate hearing over there. I'm just gonna hand that.
Can everybody hear me? Mr. Chairman, before I read that, be prudent, even if it's just to burst into the room and share grievance about the noise level, shouldn't one announce who they are and their address to make sure that we're only hearing from residents of North Reading?
The meeting's for town residents only.
For town residents, yes.
No, it's open to the public. It's open to the public.
Oh, it's open to public?
It's open to the public.
Would you please speak into your microphone? Raise your voice. You're all mumbling. It's very, very difficult, and I'm in the room, and I'm having trouble hearing you because you're not speaking into your microphones, and it's not clear. So part of the frustration is because we don't know what you're talking about. You guys are all up here, you might spoke in a private meeting.
Can you hear me right now? I can't get any closer to this microphone if I tried.
Right, but you're the only one so far that's been clear.
Can we please? Can we all?
Do the best we can. It's on. It's on.
You have to get really close.
You have to just literally just
Swallow it.
gotta kiss it.
Actual thing that'll help, like an inch or two from it.
Yeah.
Like you're too far, just about an inch or two from it, and that would be good.
All
All
right.
right, shall we proceed?
All right.
Town
let's
of
get
North
going.
Reading, public hearing notice. Fiscal year 2027 water rating capital plan. In accordance with the requirements of sections 191 to 16 and 191 to 17 of the Code of North Reading, the North Reading Select Board will hold the water rate and water system capital plan hearing for fiscal year 2027 on Monday, June 15th, 2026 at 7:30 p.m. in room 14 at North Reading Town Hall, 235 North Street. I do not need to read all this stuff about Zoom meeting, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's get started.
I'll share a PowerPoint presentation, and we are joined by the Water Superintendent, Matt Prince.
Alrighty, thank you all. My name is Matt Prince. I'm the Water Superintendent here in North Reading. Presentation is going to be similar to what we've done in the past years. Just kind of brief overview of the budget for the year, and then the issues that we're not issues, but what we're dealing with for rates going forward with purchase of water from Andover. So if you want to go to the first slide. The budget that was approved at the town meeting. You can see we're trending in the right direction for just the budget itself. Try to keep it as level funded as we can. Out of the total budget, 87% of the budget is just the purchase of water from Andover. So that's why, as you'll see in further slides, the rate increases that we're going to be seeing from Andover is the driving factor in the rate increases that we're going to be seeing. Next slide is just indirect costs, what the water department pays to all the other different departments in town that help fund or help in any way with the water department itself. This is Andover's proposal. Back a couple years ago, they proposed the existing rate plan, which, as you can see, is the middle slides there. And in June of 2025, they changed their rates from those in the middle to the top rate, which is a 15% rate increase over the next 4 years from when they issued it in 2026, and then dropping that down to a 10% raise in 2030. I think the next slide explains that a little bit further. The way that so the way that the rate with Andover works is we currently pay we pay a certain rate up to Andover's Tier 1 rate. The plan that we had when we did the initial plan with Andover was to not increase more than 2.5% each and every year, and that stayed forth with Andover for the longest time. Up until recently, they didn't really have much of a rate increase besides 2.5%. So over the past couple of years of them increasing the rates, we have fallen below that 95% of their Tier 1 rate. With Andover committing to another 15% rate increase this year, as they did last year, we have to follow in suit, matching that as close as we can. If you go to the next slide. This is kind of a projection long-term for the next couple of years. I know it's a little bit small. It was to try to fit a lot into the same place. Last year, we issued a 15% rate increase. This year, Andover's staying with the 15. We're dropping ours down to a 12% rate increase. And then we're projected to go down to a 10% in the following year. And we're going to keep adjusting that as need be, reevaluating it each and every year. Go to the next slide. So with the situation with Andover, we're continuing to do leak detection to try to mitigate any unused water that is leaking into the system. We do that each and every year as we do our upkeep over the water department itself. That is kind of already explained that. The projection, so right now we're less than 80% of FY or the Andover's Tier 1 rate. And next July 1st, that will go to 95%. So we're going to see a large rate increase of the purchase price to Andover starting next July 1st. So that's why we're talking about the rate increases. With those rate increases that Andover is doing, they're talking about a lot of a multi-phase program in Andover's water system to use the money that they're using with the rate increases. They're using that money to do a 3-phase program to increase the piping and take away old infrastructure in their system of over 40 miles of pipe inside their system. Much of that is close to the North Reading feed that will have a greater impact on North Reading's water. So the rate increase proposed for this year is a 12% rate increase. So that is across all 3 tiers. I just did a little bit of a breakdown of some people see the tier 3 rates. If you still go to the back, you see that, Mike. 91% of people in town in the winter months never even see a tier 3 cost. 74% of residents in town never see a tier 3 cost in all of summer as well. And then even the tier 2 costs, 50% of all residents in town in the winter months never even see a tier 2 rate. And then in the summer months, only 37% of people go beyond that tier 2 rate. So where the rate is fairly high in the tier 3 rate, much of the town never even sees that. Much of that rate of that usage that you see in the tier 3 is for discretionary water usage for the most part. This is a little slide that I did just to kind of show you what a rate increase would be to different kind of households. So a low volume user, a retired couple living by themselves, not using a lot of water, over the course of all 4 months of 4 quarters of billing, a 12% rate increase comes out to about $31, $32 for the whole entire year. A median household, so probably a family of 4, a little bit larger of a family, using a little over 10,000 gallons a quarter, comes out to about $67 to $70 for the entire year, broken up over all 4 quarters. The larger rate increases that you see, if you go to the next slide, is when you get into that discretionary water usage. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, there it is. Where you can see in the August and the November billing, which would be the summer months of billing, people that do outside irrigation, a lot of outdoor water uses. So we would classify that as discretionary water usage. You'll see a larger rate increase over the course of the year, and much of that would be to that the water usage in the summer. And then the bottom one is kind of someone that does a lot of lawn water irrigation, that they could see upwards of $700-800 rate increase, just due to the fact that they'd be in the higher tier rate from using the discretionary water usage. This is historically over the past, that's like 14 years, or a little bit more than that. So you can see we did a 15% rate increase last year. We tried to stay static with a 5 or 6% in the years prior to that, but with Andover increasing their rates to 15% over the next 4 years, that what drove us to be able to, or to have to increase the rates that we have. So that is that. Any questions?
While we talk about water, we're in the middle of a level 2 water restriction? Is that, what are we?
Level 3 right now.
Level
so
3.
It's no outside water usage.
So people are reminded, please remind people what level 3 water restriction
Yeah, so
is.
level 3 water restriction, it was what put forth by the state in their regulations towards us. When they declare a drought, we also have to follow suit in drought regulations. So right now we're in a stage 3 drought, which classifies as no outside water usage at all.
Okay. And it used to be, before we with Andover, if we had low usage, actually the rates went up for everybody because you had fixed costs. But now, because we're with Andover, our fixed costs are very low. So if we don't have high usage, we just don't pay a lot. Is that right when I say that?
So our fixed costs, our biggest fixed cost right now is just the purchase of Andover, where
Okay.
our fixed cost beforehand was upkeep of a distribution treatment system and stuff like that.
Okay.
Where we have a small upkeep for our pump stations where we take in the water from Andover. That is a lot smaller than what it was prior with two full functioning treatment plants.
Good. You answered my question. Thank you.
Well, actually, public hearing is a public hearing, so public input.
Okay.
When we close the public hearing, then the board deliberates.
Okay. All right. So public, anybody care to comment about water rates?
I do see a hand up online, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Minoska Valdez, I'll ask to unmute. Should be able to unmute.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi. Minoska Valdez, 28 Flint Street. And I'm sorry, I'm you guys are on my phone as I'm juggling things, so I don't have my laptop to properly look things up. But if I remember correctly, not too long ago, I want to say maybe like 3 years ago, wasn't there something we voted for where we agreed to a rate for 99 years for water?
So the agreement
How
with
does that, what was that agreement?
So the agreement with Andover was for a 99-year agreement that started in 2018. There was a 10-year provision in that to not go up more than 2.5% each year, and that was what Andover's previous tactic was. They kind of kept it similar.
Okay. Wow, was that far back?
Yeah.
Okay,
So that
my apologies.
No, it's okay. So that 10-year expires next July 1st. So then we jump from the current where we are right now, which is under 70% of their Tier 1 rate. That jumps all the way up to 95% of their Tier 1 rate.
Okay. Okay. Understood. All right. I didn't realize it was that far back.
Yeah,
but,
time
okay.
flies.
So that makes sense then.
Yep. Mr.
Okay.
O'Leary?
Thank you.
Just, I think it's important for the public to understand that.
Right into it.
Yeah.
Literally right into
Public to understand that our rate with Andover is tied to their lowest ratepayers rate. So when they say a Tier 1 rate, that's the lowest ratepayer in Andover. Our rate is 1% less. We are their largest customer, which they finally came to realization about in 2018 when they signed the agreement with us, and we had to go to the legislature to get it approved. So the rate that we're paying right now is lower than the lowest rate that Andover's lowest ratepayer pays. So they're experiencing, one thing we wanted to make sure didn't occur, and what they tried to negotiate was that they wanted to put us in like the Tier 3 rate for them because we're going to be a big user. And of course, we convinced them that, we have 2 pipes coming into the town of North Reading. We're one ratepayer, and we're your largest customer, and we were about 25% of their revenue stream at the time. And we said, we need, if you want to keep us as a customer, you have to give us the lowest rate, not the highest rate, in order to retain us. So our rates are tied to Andover's rates at the lowest tier level, minus 1%. So we're getting a break for being their largest customer. Now, they have major infrastructure improvements that they're making, and they're doing it on a very aggressive schedule here. And we're going to, being part of their system, we have to share in those costs. So what we also negotiated was a 2.5%, maximum 2.5% rate increase for the first 10 years. It was pretty good for most of the years. We were keeping pace with them. But in the last 2 or 3 years, they were going at 5, 6%. So we were going to be falling behind and then have to make up. So that is why we increased a couple of years ago and last year higher than what they were doing in order to make sure when 2028 came, we didn't have to do an even more significant rate increase to the ratepayers here in North Reading. But please understand that we're actually getting a better rate for water from Andover than the lowest ratepayer in Andover. So it's been a very good deal, and it's still far lower than the MWRA would be charging us even today with these significant infrastructure commitments that are being made that we have to help pay for. So it's still a far better deal.
Just come forward, please.
Tony LeRae, 21 Strawberry Lane. This is a lot of information for somebody to absorb in 10 or 15 minutes. Why can't this material be made available to the public in advance of these meetings? If you go to other town websites on the agendas, they have links to the backup. I mean, I would encourage the board to consider that, because it's impossible, even for an engineer, to digest all that stuff that was put up there.
Right.
Thank you.
I think we post these slides either
Generally after the hearing, though.
after the hearing. Yep. Yep.
Kevin Mackey, Adam Street. If there's a restriction right now, is there any penalty for breaking that restriction or using water when you're not supposed to?
Just the water police are going to come around.
The bill.
No, the goal is not to. The goal is in good intention. You don't violate, what it's the level 3 water restriction is, and so they're asking for you not to water, sprinkle away. Don't do it.
know, a lot of people don't know, unless you get the transcript, don't know that there's a water ban. We have a lot of people in our neighborhood who are using sprinklers. It's not right. Why do they get away with it? The rest of us can't.
Yeah, they shouldn't be.
Everybody needs to have a notice. There's nothing down in the center about it.
Okay.
No, we always have a sign in the center.
Mr. Chairman, through you, as we
Yes.
indicated when the drought declaration was last considered by the Select Board back in May, our enforcement will be focused on the performance of our system. That's generally how we've approached it. We monitor our tank levels, and when we see that there's too much loss from those tanks because of use, then we increase our enforcement. We try not to issue fines, and we ask for voluntary compliance. We can certainly change that strategy, but I just would note that that will have an impact on many residences here in town, and ultimately has an impact on the rate as well. So there is a statewide drought declaration. I don't know that we would necessarily be implementing a water use restriction here in town if we had purely local control over it. But we're required to do so by the state. We're passing the message along at this point in time, and if we see that the system is not performing the way it needs to for us, both for maintaining pressure, also for firefighting purposes, then we'll increase our enforcement actions, as we have in the past.
Could we potentially do that 800 number, informational? Send
Yeah,
out an
reverse
informational
911.
800?
We certainly could, if that's the board would like, if that's what the board would like.
I mean, can't hurt, right? Yeah. Then everybody has a clue what's going on.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through you, and I know this isn't really the main topic of this section, but since it keeps coming up, Mr. Prince, did I hear you just say not a short while ago that we're at a level 3 drought? Has that changed? Because I'm looking at the slides from the May 18th. We voted on a level 2 significant drought, which is what the Secretary of Energy had mandated on May 8th. So are we at level 2 or level 3?
We're at level 3. So in that meeting, we issued a level 2, and then we gave the discretion to make the adjustments from the DPW director. About a week after they made a level 2, they had a special meeting, and they declared the Northeast region into a level 3.
I see. Okay.
They did it about a week after the meeting that we had here.
All right.
Okay. So let me make sure public comments all set. I should.
I see one more hand up, Ms. Valdez.
Sorry, Mr. Messi, sorry.
Why don't they send information to every household to know there's water information?
Ms. Valdez?
Hi, Minoska Valdez, 28 Flint Street. Just I guess a suggestion. I know, every town and city does things differently, but I will say, I lived in Salem, Mass, for 8 years, and their phone communication is excellent with residents, and I think it's because of all of the tourism. So for whatever faults they have in other areas, their communication is excellent, and that is one thing I truly, truly miss moving here. I think you guys have done much better since I moved here. I can see the difference, but they literally call you for any change. So if there is a change in water, everyone, of course, you do have to sign up, right? You do have to make sure you're on that system, but you get a call to the house, whatever numbers you have, and it will say, this is the town of Salem, so we would say North Reading, and it's like, we are now at a level 2, water restriction. So people, obviously, because some people want things mailed, that's not fiscally possible, that's not reasonable. Not everybody gets the transcript. People work in the city and are on the other side of town. Not everyone's going to cross Haverhill in 62, you know what I mean, to have one sign out. But you can reach people, whether it's cell phone or home phone. We have both. So it's a way of still reaching us. And those calls go out for whatever. If there is a motorcycle race going through, there's an actual 5K going through, like there was always notification, and there's also notification just a reminder that trash is being picked up on a one-day delay today because of Memorial Day. It will be, like, they literally, you just get that notification and no one has to ask anything.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's such an easy process and such an easy way to avoid little annoyances.
Great.
Just a thought, because we're already halfway there.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your comment. All right.
That's it.
Going to close public hearing? All right. Then discussion for the board. Mr. Massey.
Mr. Chairman, through you, can we get a little bit more explanation into the water
I
indirect?
can't hear anybody over there. I don't know if anyone's
Yeah.
talking.
Yeah. Talk right in there, Nick.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, through you, can we have some more explanations onto the indirect costs for water?
Sure. Can we go to that slide?
Yeah, that was that right there.
Nope.
One way.
Is there something in particular you're looking for?
So, a lot of these included in the town's budget separate from water. For example, I'm looking at a lot of positions that are paid for under the municipal budget. Can we get a little bit of an explanation on, I mean, this is some major numbers, right?
Maybe
So how is
Lorianne?
that broken up?
Yeah, let Lorianne answer.
Yeah, sure.
Everybody, this is our financial director.
This has been in place for as long as I've worked here. Long ago, we had an outside firm come in and do a water rate study, and they prepared this list of indirect costs. And what it is different departments provide services for the water department. Like the time that I spent in meetings, say, about water rates.
Yeah.
Or my assistant processing all the bill schedules for the
Yeah.
water department. Or
I understand.
pensions and benefits would be all the, like the retirees from the water department, their long-term costs. Yeah, accounting is paying the bills. The collection, they collect all the payments. The water department issues the bills, but the collector's office processes all the payments. So that's what it is. It's what the other departments do on behalf of the water department. So it's like an estimate of hours times hourly rates generates these costs.
So completely understand that, completely get that. What I'm trying to understand is, let's go for finance director since you're listed there. So let's just say that that's 5% of your salary. Just saying, just throwing it out there, obviously not. So that means so we took 5% out of the municipal budget to put it into water?
No, so if you look at the omnibus that was printed in the warrant, underneath each of these departments, you'll see transfer, like under finance director, you'll see transfer $1,930 from water revenue. So that's how it's funded. So it's printed right in the warrant that it'll be funded from the water department. So basically what we did long ago, the firm came up with these costs, and we've literally only increased them by 2.5% a year. That's generally what we do, is just keep up with the 2.5.
No, so I get that, but I'm trying to understand how it got divided, right? So if your salary is included in town administration, right? Not town administration,
Yeah,
finance one.
finance director, yep.
I'm trying to, so, like, when you fill out your timesheet, do you put like a cost code to water it?
No.
I'm trying to understand how this gets billed.
Way back when, they did an estimate of hours, so then we just increased it by 2.5, mostly probably because real estate goes up 2.5, but that's what they did.
This is all paid for by the water revenue?
It's all paid for by water revenue because all of these departments perform services for, like DPW helps with water breaks. So
I guess I just thought maybe that, and I've been through this a couple times, but this slide is still one that I'll never understand, but. So the regular budget, the administration budget, when we submit it to the people, we're shaving off some time to allocate, but yet we're still going up over 2.5% on municipal budgets?
All budgets, yes, they're going up 2.5, but part of it is funded from water. Because water is an enterprise, so all its costs have to be accounted for in water, so there are indirect costs.
So then your salary wouldn't technically, I honestly don't mean to point you
No,
out.
I
It's,
get it.
it's, I'm just trying, it's either you or the town administrator, basically.
Yeah.
Trying to understand this here.
It's an attempt to make the
It's an
well,
attempt
the
to make the
enterprise-
budget fit, like, to
No,
balance the budget?
It's supposed to make the water enterprise cover all the costs associated with it. It just so happens that some of us work in other departments, but the work we do is related to water.
I guess I just thought that your salary was covering, I mean, because you also work with Parks and Rec, and I imagine, right, Hillview, I imagine, so,
And-
like, why isn't your salary distributed over there?
Parks and Rec is already subsidized by the general fund, so it'd be a greater hardship to make them pay additional indirect costs. And then Hillview used to pay an in lieu of tax payment, which kind of was like an indirect, but we have not established indirect costs for Hillview.
Okay,
I think
so we should.
more time is spent for water, especially by like collection, because they process all those payments. Whereas we probably spend a lot less on
Right,
Hillview.
on Hillview.
So for years, they paid the payment in lieu, and then just as they transitioned, we never did an indirect. But enterprises are supposed to cover full costs, and like even general liability insurance, it's difficult to have the vendor split all those bills, so it's just easier to pay them out of one place and have a standard amount that we transfer on an annual basis from water to the general fund.
Okay. So our IT, for example, IT, I imagine that's information systems?
Yes, so,
So our budget every year for IT, I imagine for the administration budget, separate from water, wouldn't go up 2.5% because we're putting some of it over here. No?
no, it does, because the whole rest of it goes up 2.5. So like if my salary goes up 2.5, my whole salary goes up 2.5.
I get
So
it.
the associated piece with water goes up, and then the rest goes up.
Ms. Gavin, is it fair to say that if the water enterprise were to hire all of these services independent of the town, these are approximately the costs they would have to pay?
Right.
So if they were hiring a council to help them, then, in 2026, they would have expended $8,000, but instead of hiring an independent council, they pay town council.
Correct.
So it's apportioned from their fund towards the general salaries and benefits and so on.
Right, we just transfer it from water to the general fund. It's just easier than splitting all those bills and charging it off, or trying to portion the
I
employees'
just thought that when
salaries.
you work for the administration, whether it's the town administrator or you, that it's all covered under one budget. You serve all departments, right? And maybe I picked a bad example of Parks and Rec enterprises, even though this is an enterprise.
It's because it's enterprises. That's why we don't bill all the other departments. It's because it's an enterprise, and it's supposed to, in the eyes of Department of Revenue, it's supposed to be self-sufficient.
Same with Parks and Rec, right?
Yeah, yes.
All right.
They are allowed to
So
be
Parks-
subsidized. Enterprises are allowed to be subsidized. That's a town decision, town meeting, select board decision. But water, I think It was one of those things way back when, kind of like the trash fee, it became a separate piece, it became an enterprise, so they wanted to apportion all these costs.
Okay.
All right.
Um,
We're getting a little left of center of the water rates, right? So,
This is completely related to water rates. What do you mean?
you're trying to understand how the accounting works.
Yeah.
Nothing's going to change because of that.
This has to do with the
So,
rate that is
I'm
affected.
trying to be considerate of moving on to,
I won't
Good
ask
question.
about our costs anymore. But I will say, last year, this isn't for you anymore, Mrs. Galvin. But thank you. I'm not dismissing you,
No,
but
that's fine.
thank you. Last year, I voted yes to a water rate increase of 15%, which in my time alone, in 2 years, was a 21% increase in the water rate. Last year, I stated it would be my last year voting yes because of the significant increase that we're headed to. This year, we're headed to 33% in my 3 years, which would be 42% increase from now, 2026, to 2030. So that would be a 63% increase in water from just when I started on the board to 2030. Is there any way we can get around that? And what I'm getting at was I would anticipate, or I would hope that this board can support me in something different. We're going to do, I think we need to change our ways a little bit, right? And this is what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose that customers with high seasonal usage do not get the same rate increase as customers with low rate usage, low usage. So for example, how do we split that up? Can customers with high seasonal usage, maybe commercial properties, right? Hey, you're managing your business here in North Reading, you're watering your lawn, whatever it may be. You got a good tax rate here in North Reading for commercial.
It's the same.
Right.
The same as the regular people.
Right.
good for them.
Go next door, it's $25, not 13%, right? So, what I'd like to propose is customers with high seasonal usage, you are purposely using a ton of water, right? You have to use a ton of water. I would propose that to go to 25%. And however that works down, because the common folk shouldn't be paying the same as those that are just using water constantly. So I would ask, how can this board approve a rate that would increase the majority, that would stabilize the majority while increasing the high usage?
Yes, Mr. Leary.
If you look at the slide with it, we have 3 tiers right now.
Yeah.
So those, as they progress from one tier to another, are paying $12.94, $12.94, $18.96, and $25.86. So the high users are already getting dinged on the higher rate for, once they go over a certain threshold, over 22,500 gallons, they're paying almost twice as much as the tier 1 user, and still getting a 15% rate increase on top of that. So we have structured it already to charge additional costs for the high users and try and maintain a stable lower cost for the tier 1 users and the tier 2s. So the tier 3 users, the big users here, are already paying
I understand.
more than 25%.
I'm
More than 25%.
I'm proposing to bump that more.
But I'm just saying, they're already paying more than 25% for being a big user. It's not just the people that are watering their lawn, that's a lot of them, but it's also our restaurants
Yeah.
who are big water users. They're primarily our largest water users that we have in town. So we already, as we tier this, as we have tiered this in the past, encourage people to use less.
Well,
By charging
that
them
works.
more.
Sometimes you can encourage anyone
But
to do
but
anything,
by charging them more, which is exactly what you're proposing, which makes sense, which is what we've already structured, put into our structure here. So, if you want to.
And just so the projection that I had out there, so those are obviously projections in the future years. Every year we assess what Andover's doing, if they're staying with their rates. The biggest thing that I'm trying to do with the water department budget is get our debt services down by the money that we're generating from the rate increases to to draw down the debt service numbers to get that down to help balance the budget in future years. So the further down we can get the debt service number down, then it helps offset it. So that's a 10% rate increase in FY 28 and 29. There's a potential that that can be lowered if everything projects the way that kind of we're trying to get it to go down. So 10% is theoretically what it's on the table right now for next year. But as the year progresses, everything changes, that can go to a lower number. That's not set in stone of what those rate increases are.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind me asking the board for their opinion on increasing the rate percentage for the highest uses.
Are we talking about this slide right here?
While trying to stabilize the tier ones.
We're talking about this slide.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll make a comment on it. Since we already have it built in place, I think the variable is number of gallons. So like if you were to put this on the histogram curve, you could find out who's the outliers, where's the majority of people, and where's the low usage. And that should be dynamic. So when I see 91% of water bills in winter months never see tier 3 cost, that makes sense. They're not watering their lawns. But when they are watering their lawns, 74% don't see it. That seems to me like that could be dialed down. But I would do it through statistics. And just to be, the stats would be is, what's the histogram? What's it look like? What's it 1 standard deviation out, 2 standard deviations out, and you change the number of gallons. That to me would be dynamic pricing that would match what the usage is.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing
Does that make any sense what I just said?
Yeah, so I would say the one thing with targeting larger users, they do fund a large portion of the water budget. If you target them, there's nothing stopping them from installing a well, and then we lose that revenue. So
Well, then our water rates would go down, right? Using less water.
we charge more than what Andover charges us to support the budget. So we're the largest users in town, which is a lot of businesses. I'm not saying it will happen, but I'm saying if you do a specific target to someone using a large amount of water, there is nothing stopping them from lowering their water usage or eliminating their water usage, which would then affect the budget.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And again, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
again,
Ray.
our current rates, Tier 2 is 50% more than Tier 1, and Tier 3 is 100% more than Tier 1. It's double.
Yep.
Already.
I'm aware.
So we already have it built in. Years ago, we did this deliberately to ensure that the higher users pay significantly more.
Mr. O'Leary, with all due respect, though, years ago, none of us were here.
I understand, but
So-
what you're inferring is that we don't have a system in place that, if you want to call it, penalizes it, or actually charges people, higher users, additional. We do. For those that are in Tier 3, they're paying double what Tier 1 pays, and 1.5 times what Tier 2 pays. We
But
already
they-
have that built in.
They can control that, right? And so all I'm trying to do here, we got trash fees tonight going up, our taxes go up, right? So all I'm trying to do, our water rate's going up by 33% in 3 years. I'm trying to help the common folk here while also understanding that, Mr. O'Leary, hold on one second, that our commercial businesses have a great deal by having their business in North Reading. So instead of continuing to hurt the residents, and I'm not trying to hurt the businesses, what I'm trying to do is level the playing field. The commercial businesses are making money. The residents are not. I'd ask that, I think Mr. Wallner understood where I was going and made a great suggestion that maybe the 1,000 gallons gets decreased. I think just a way to help balance things here a little bit. We're all getting pinched every which way.
It would be good to look at those, see what those numbers look like.
Yeah.
Just,
You know,
Mr.
Before
Chairman.
we made a decision, I mean, this would be for next year,
Yeah, but-
Yeah.
but before we made a decision, it'd be good to see what the usage looks like, how do these numbers lay out? Because 10,000 is just arbitrary. 10,000 gallons, just average, just the
It
round
was
numbers.
actually studied when they did the rates.
Okay, that's good to
It
know.
was 22,500 was used to be, anything over
Okay.
that would be discretionary usage.
It'd be good
And then
to
it was
just-
by household, was
It'd be
about
good to see that
10,000.
again, just to satisfy
We're in the current
curiosity.
process of doing a master study that will be addressed as well.
And I think what's important, and it might be lost here a little bit, was Mr. Prince's comment in relation to our high water users are actually subsidizing the water department to a higher degree than the lower water users. And if they're discouraged and use less water, all of our rates are going to go up. All of our rates are going to go up. So that, we've got a pretty good balance here where the high users pay a significantly higher rate, double the rate, which subsidize the water department enterprise significantly. And if they reduce their usage, our costs are pretty static. The only thing that changes is how much we're buying from Andover. The rest of it's pretty well fixed, which is 15% of their operating budget here is fixed. The rest of it is discretionary. And again, you'll see these rates change with the weather,
But Mr. O'Leary,
obviously. And when there's a wet summer, our water department revenue, these are all based on estimates as far as our budget is, needs adjustment, and we have to use the stabilization fund in order to balance it out. On a dry summer, we have high usage because of the watering of the lawns and things of that nature. But it's the commercial payers, you want to encourage them to use the water, because that helps keep our rates, the average person here, stable. I know it sounds contrary, but it's true, and that's how the numbers work. So that you have to be, it's a fine balance when you want people to not necessarily conserve, but pay more. They're already paying double. So, anyway.
All right. Any further discussion here?
Mr. Chairman, we have one hand up
Oh,
in the
I think public
online
hearing,
here.
public hearing was closed.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to let him in, go ahead.
Do you want me to recognize him? Or?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
All right, so somebody named PJ, I'm going to just ask you to unmute.
Hi, my name is Pamela Merrill, 14 Ridgeway Road.
Hi, Pam.
I've been with my hand up for quite a while now, so I'm going to try to backtrack a little. To Nick Massey's point to the Finance Committee, I'm trying to understand how it matters whether we pay $100 per household for water or $1,000 per household for water, as to why the Finance Department has to increase the amount they are paid or they charge to implement the water bills. That is not clear to me at all.
I don't know if I understand the question. Does somebody understand that? Lorianne, do you understand that?
So Nick was asking.
Yeah, okay,
why
hold
the
on, hold on.
Finance Committee
Hold on a
was
second.
increasing or needed additional funds to pay for the employees to do the billing. My question is, whether water is $100 or $1,000, why does a percentage need to be an increase to the Finance Committee to pay the bills?
Finance Department.
It's not the Finance Committee, it's the Finance Department, and on an annual basis, the Finance Department employees' wages increase. So the hours they spend each year processing bills, naturally, the cost increases. So that cost gets assigned to the Water Department. It has nothing to do with the percentage, it's hours times wages. Just like every other wage, it goes up, so therefore the share to the Water Department increases. Does that make
So
sense?
I understand that the wages go up, but why does it take more time to implement it if it's just an increase in the rate?
No, I used an example that the time I spend in meetings related to the Water Department, I happen to use the meeting I was in today regarding water rates. That was just an example. I spend a lot of time on matters related to water, so those hours that I spend times my rate equals a certain number of dollars. That's how it works on an annual basis.
So how can you predict what it's going to be? Just based on the rate increase, that it's going to be more money?
Many, many years ago, probably 25, 30 years ago, an independent company assigned the number of hours that the finance director typically spends on water-related issues. So we used the same number of hours times a rate, and we just increased from that time 20, 25 years ago, 2.5% a year. That's all we increase is 2.5% a year, assuming that's how much the wage increases a year.
Okay.
Mr.
So that
Chair-
was my first question. Then to move on to the next issue, that Mr. O'Leary just discussed, talking about how the people in Tier 3 are basically kind of covering the cost, and the majority of the people in Tier 3 are your larger businesses. How is that any different than what we're doing with the trash? And I'll just segue into the trash issue. It's one size fits all for the trash issue, but it's not one size fits all for the water issue?
So if you can hold on to that, because we'll be doing the hearing on that in a few minutes. So just hang on.
Correct. That was my segue into the next one because I
Thank
was
you.
in the room for so long waiting. Thank you.
Yep, we'll pick you up
Again,
then.
just to maybe assist or further confuse, there are certain fixed costs to operating the water department budget. Aside from purchasing water from Andover, the rest of it's fixed costs. We have a certain number of employees, we have a certain amount of administrative staff and hours that need to be done to mail out the bills and process everything, and IT, all the rest. Those are all fixed costs. So whether we have a cost associated with buying 1 million gallons from Andover or 200,000 gallons from Andover, those fixed costs don't change. And that's why there's just the across-the-board 2.5% is applied to the fixed costs associated with indirect services provided by other departments within town government. So those costs are going to stay static. The only thing that fluctuates is how much are we paying Andover for how much water we purchase, pretty much.
Thank you.
Okay. We good? Okay. So I think we have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve a 12% increase in water use rates for bills issued after July 1st, 2026, subject to the recommendation of the Water Commissioners.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be voting no. Made a proposal to increase some percentage. Taxpayers are getting squeezed. I don't like the projection that we're going here at 63% to 2030 since I've been on the board. I can't in good conscience vote yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
My question is, if we were to vote this no, what are the implications? Therefore, we just do not increase the rates, they stay steady?
Well, if the majority said no, I guess you'd have to.
If that happened, then.
Yeah. Is that correct when I say that?
Through you, so I think based upon the projection, we could struggle to pay our bills associated with the operation of the enterprise, namely the purchase of water from Andover, because every gallon we use, we need to pay for from Andover. I don't have the detail of what the figures look like in '27, but that's the risk.
The biggest reason with the rate increase is in next year, we jump from like 66% of their tier 1 rate to their 95% of their tier 1 rate. So the reasoning why we're going up is because Andover is going up. If we don't do that, then instead of to be able to afford our budget, if we don't match what Andover's doing in last year and this year and then following, then we fall further behind and we'll have to do a higher percentage than what we're projecting now. So I guess if you voted it down, then it would just make it so we would have to do a larger increase in further years.
Or general government would have to subsidize the costs associated with the water department, which would cause more cuts and pressure on other town services. Right now, the water enterprise is freestanding and paying its own way. And what you're suggesting is potentially, by not going with the rate increases as proposed, is having to subsidize the water department through raise and appropriate by taxation, which is going to reduce the amount of money we have available for other town services. So if that's what you want to do, vote no.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, through you, we have the power right here to set the rate. We have the power to set our tiers. We can do that.
Yep.
This policy that we have, because it's been 25, 30 years going, doesn't mean it necessarily works anymore. When we're starting to have 15%, over 15% every year, something's not making up, right? People in 2032 are going to be paying 100% of what they paid in 2024. I also pay water too, right? I don't like this. So I am a no until we start to systemically change how we're operating here. That's my thought. We don't have to disagree and talk about it. We can just,
Yeah.
I
My
just, Mr. Chairman, I just think it's important for the public to understand that if we don't cover the costs entirely through the water enterprise, it needs to be subsidized through the general operating budget, which will cause further stress on other town departments and services. So what's being driven here, these increasing costs, is the increase in cost of purchasing water from Andover. It's not the operational costs here. It's the increase in cost of purchasing water from Andover, period.
That's not true. We just talked about.
2.5%.
We just talked about how we're trying to make up, we're trying to get there, right?
Trying to get where?
We're trying to, what is it, precaution ourselves for years ahead?
It's next
Which
year.
is a
Which is
good
because we
strategy.
had
I like that
subsidized, it's because we
strategy.
had subsidized rates going into it, and up to the first 3, 4, 5, 8 years, we've been fine. But because of their, Andover's determination that they're gonna go on an aggressive schedule to upgrade their infrastructure, which has a positive impact on us, by the way.
Not really,
No, truly.
not really. They owe us good water at the source regardless. I read the
And
contract.
again, improving their infrastructure will increase improve the quality of the water that we get delivered to us. It's a direct relationship, and we've been able to keep pace with it, with what we were doing previously. And when they implemented this new schedule for infrastructure improvements, it impacts everybody, us and their ratepayers up there. So in addition to that, we had the cap, which was beneficial to us, but again, it would put us behind the 8 ball if we didn't increase our stabilization fund, rate stabilization fund for water rates, which is being subsidized this year with the 12%.
Mr. Chairman, I am still a no.
Okay. All right. Is this roll call or is this just, okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
So 4-1. And next one, please.
Thank you.
I think you got it.
There's another vote.
It's a capital plan, right?
There should be a second motion relative to the capital plan.
Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the fiscal year 2027 Water Enterprise Capital Plan.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. O'Leary. Any discussion? I'll add the discussion. I haven't seen the capital
I
plan.
was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
What
Is
are
there
we
a slide
approving?
that was missed?
Did you have a slide that showed, there's one, it's one item, I believe, an excavator, if I remember correctly?
Oh, yeah, so the FY '27 is gonna be purchasing a new excavator for, I apologize, it's not in the slides.
Oh, okay.
And a new backhoe for the use of, for water department digs and water department services.
One piece of equipment, right?
One piece of equipment.
And how much?
The appropriation was 200,000.
How much?
200,000.
200,000.
It
Wow.
was approved under the capital budget at town meeting.
Okay, so that, with the capital planning group, okay, I
Yes.
forgot that one. Okay, so it has been
It's already
pre-approved.
financed.
Okay, all right.
It's actually, it's
Will be.
cash.
Oh, cash, but
Okay.
it's already accounted for in the budget.
That's,
what-
I
that we
do
voted on
remember
at
now.
town
I do
meeting.
remember now, that's right, yeah, came from a different source. Okay, so this is just, yep, go ahead, Mr.
Just a quick question, sorry, Mr. Chairman, don't mean to prolong it. Main Street's completely paved. What year is our water line, and did we replace, within the last 10 years, everything down Main Street?
So the spot that was deemed to be needing to be replaced, we did replace coming down Main Street. We replaced from Burroughs Road all the way to North Street.
Thank you.
We did that with the project.
And are we coordinating with our DPW on our paving schedule to make
Yes.
sure that any utilities as necessary is replaced before we pave?
Currently, that's what we did on Lowell Road. We replaced all the water services on Lowell Road. They're paving. We're doing currently right now on Pleasant Street, so ahead of the paving project. We try to stay ahead of the paving project to make sure we get out old infrastructure before the roads are paved.
Thank you, man.
No problem.
All right. Okay,
On the motion.
on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
What motion?
The back
Capital.
Capital.
Oh, back up, aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Let's go to the trash and recycling fee hearing. You must have a big thing to read in there as well.
And Mr. Chairman, there should be a hearing notice in front of you there, Mr. Tyler.
So do I read the motion first, or I just go straight to the Public hearing notice.
For the solid waste to trash and recycling?
Yep.
Just read the hearing notice for now. And then we'll have slides that we'll go through.
Town of North Reading, public hearing notice, fiscal year 2027 trash and recycling fee. The North Reading Select Board will hold the trash and recycling fee hearing for fiscal year 2027 on Monday, June 15th, 2026 at 8 p.m. in room 14 at North Reading Town Hall, 235 North Street.
Second.
No second. No,
We don't need a
just,
motion.
no motion yet.
Not a motion.
No motion yet.
But good call. I almost felt.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I am going to go through a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm joined by the Director of Public Works, who is participating remotely through Zoom, as well as the Water Superintendent to assist with the solid waste utility as well. Okay, and so this is a hearing with regard to the trash and recycling fee for the period of time beginning July 1st. The board's going to be considering a change to the fee, and I'm going to go through some slides which provide information relative to that. I think many of you have seen online that there are changes coming to our curbside trash and recycling program, and while the hearing is primarily on the fee, I know there's a lot of interest with regard to the changes that are occurring as well. So if you could indulge me, I will go through some slides to provide some information with regard to the changes. We had a contract with JRM. Many of you recall seeing the trucks. That goes back to 2006. In 2021, it was purchased by Republic Services, in 2022. We went through a procurement process where we solicited multiple proposals. Mr. Parisi, who's joining me, engaged in back and forth with a handful of different companies relative to who could provide the service beginning July 1st when the contract expired. And the most financially advantageous proposal was submitted by Casella Waste Systems. So this is a quick summary of information with regard to the proposals that were requested and the response that was received. You see that Republic would no longer be willing to provide manual collection, so think a person driving the truck and a person on the back of the truck picking up barrels and emptying them. They're no longer going to provide that as a service. We're not making it an option available for North Reading. They are proposing to go to an automated collection. So a bin that's collected by a manual arm on the back of the truck rather than by a person. We talked with Capital Services as well regarding manual collection. They provided a quote as well, which was more expensive than the Casella proposal. We spoke with Waste Management, another larger company in the area. They declined to provide a bid. And down the bottom, we received interest from a company called Lawrence Waste Services. We talked with them a little bit, but they also declined to provide a bid because they do not provide curbside collection. So the proposal before you, and the subject of the hearing here, is a Casella Waste Service proposal for automated collection, which includes the issuance of automated collection barrels, which began last week. Just a little bit, I know this is new information for some people in the room, maybe this evening, maybe this week, maybe last week. There were multiple discussions that did take place on March 23rd, April 13th, April 27th, and May 4th here at Select Board meetings. And on May 4th, the board voted to proceed with a proposal from Casella to maintain weekly collection of trash and recycling, free disposal of bulk items and CRTs, or cathode ray tubes or televisions, as well as a fee for the disposal of white good appliances such as washers, dryers, and dishwashers. This is a slide that the board reviewed at their May 4th meeting. They voted to proceed with directing the Director of Public Works and I to work through a contract with Casella for this program. This $1.868 million program largely maintains the existing program while going to automated bins for collection of both trash and recycling. This is a slide that we presented at town meeting for some of you who may have been there and seen us speak to it. We were kind of going through it quickly, but we did want to share the information prior to a vote on the budget at town meeting. In terms of the changes to the program, I'm not going to read all of these, but you see we're going to automated collection of carts. Each household receiving a 96-gallon cart for trash and for recycling, which would be collected automatically with a truck with a driver on it on a weekly basis. And that process would be paid, that collection would be paid for using trash fee revenue. We also have curbside yard waste collections, 2 of them in the spring and 2 in the fall. We also do a scrap metal collection, and then a curbside tree collection that takes place in January. All of that is paid for utilizing revenue from the trash fee. Again, I kind of went through some of this. We have a once weekly collection of CRTs. Curbside white goods will continue to be scheduled, so you call Casella to schedule that collection, and you would pay a fee for that. But your trash and recycling collection, as well as a bulk item that would need to be called to be scheduled for collection, but would not incur an additional cost, is still going to be covered by your fee. We do a spring paper shredding event, and we have on-call delivery, pickup, and disposal of dumpsters that are paid for by the town as well that are associated with this contract. So on June 11th, Waste Support Systems, which is a vendor working for Casella, started delivering the barrels. You see a picture there. There's a barrel with a black cover that is for your trash and a blue cover that will be for your recycling. They're being delivered curbside. We ask you to pull them away from the curb and not to utilize them until July 1st when Casella takes over collection. There's a little bit of a description there. Again, you can leave them outside with the cover closed before July 1st. We ask you not to use the current barrel. We ask you to use your current barrel and not use a new barrel until July 1st. Those changes will go into effect on July 1st with Casella using their automated trucks. Again, collection will continue to be weekly for trash and for recycling. If you have overflow that exceeds the volume of the 96 gallons in the trash barrel, you are able to use the green overflow trash bags that are available at a variety of businesses here in town. They can be purchased by the roll of 10 for $25 or $2.50 a bag. The carts themselves are the property of Casella. They're marked with a serial number, and they are intended to remain at the house to which they are issued. Again, we talked about bulk items. We'll continue to collect those at no charge, but they will need to be scheduled through Casella. So there may be one day a week that they're collecting. You may be used to leaving a bulk item curbside, and JRM or now Republic might have been picking it up. That will need to be scheduled, but again, there will not be an additional fee for that. It's covered in the annual expense. Just a little bit about the trash fee in North Reading, because I know we're talking about a change in the way the program operates, but we are also talking about an increase in the fee. From our research in the records, it looks like going back to 2003, in an attempt to alleviate pressure on the town's operating budget, the Select Board implemented a user fee for curbside trash and recycling collection. The 2027 budget, approved at town meeting 2 weeks ago, relies on the user fee to pay for curbside trash and recycling collection in North Reading. That fee, again, covers weekly collection, the 4 yard waste collections, the curbside scrap metal collection, and the Christmas tree collection. Fee also covers the cost of the disposal of trash at a contracted facility in Haverhill, which is above and beyond that $1.8 million collection expense. That fee does not have to cover the entire cost of the program, but every dollar that's not raised by that fee to cover the cost of the program needs to come from somewhere else. There is a stabilization fund that we have to fund the solid waste program with a balance of $164,640 in it. And this information was in your warrant for town meeting. So this is the proposal for the fee structure. And so this is a proposal we've worked, the finance director, myself, the water superintendent, and the director of public works, to come up with something for the board to consider with regard to how we would assemble the program and charge for the program for the first year. Right now, the standard residential fee is $300 per household. It's billed quarterly. To cover the cost of this program, the proposal here is to raise the residential fee to $520 for the year. Again, continuing to be billed quarterly. For residents who are eligible for the elderly, veteran, and blind tax exemption, so those are statutory, under state law, exemptions on your taxes. If you're eligible for that, you actually receive right now and would continue to receive a 50% discount on that standard fee. And that's applied in the 3rd and 4th quarter billing, if I remember that right, Matt. So I think there's a little over 100 people that are qualifying for that right now. Do I have about 100 people? So they would continue to be eligible. And again, there may be folks who don't know that they're eligible. We encourage you to go look at the assessor's website to see if you might qualify. There are requirements that are prescribed under state law to be eligible for it, so we encourage you to look at it. But we would continue to offer that 50% fee discount for folks who qualify. The next handful of items relate to a second barrel. And that's something we've talked with other communities about that we're going to be monitoring the need for over the first month or so of the program. The $75 upfront fee that you see there covers the cost of acquiring the barrel. So it's the value of the plastic and the wheels on the barrel itself. That second annual fee is for servicing the barrel on an annual basis. So keep in mind, it's not just picking up that barrel, but disposing of the waste that's in that second barrel by bringing it to Covanta. The proposal here is for a $275 cost for somebody who is electing to secure a second trash barrel for their home. And again, we do not intend to issue those right away. That's something that we'll need to monitor as we go through the transition to automated collection over the summer. That amount comes purely from the cost of about $105 a ton to dispose of trash at the site in Haverhill, divided into the average weight for 96 gallons of household trash. We used 100 pounds for it based upon research that was available over a 52-week period. So that's where we came up with that number. With regard to recycling barrel, again, we'll be looking to defer implementing issuing second barrels until at least over the summer. $75 covers the cost of the barrel itself. The industry standard that we see in other communities is not to charge to service the recycling barrel, a second recycling barrel, so we've put that at $0. And the final thing in that listing is a $2.50 price per overflow bag. Again, they're available to be purchased by the roll of 10 at some stores here in town. Again, the exemption qualifies you for the 50% discount. A question we've been receiving a lot of in the Department of Public Works and in my office is with regard to the size of the barrels. And so we have an initial order that's come in with regard to smaller barrels, 64 gallons rather than 96 gallons. And so our thinking is to have the first option for those 96-gallon containers to be exchanged for 64-gallon containers for individuals who are qualifying for the exemption that you see on the second line. So that's the first option. It's not a requirement. It's just who we would open it up to first based upon the supply. We would maintain a list of other individuals who are seeking to exchange the barrel for a 64-gallon rather than 96-gallon. Keeping that list in the Department of Public Works, starting with seniors to make that exchange available for folks if they're seeking that. And you see, we've put a phone number up there that we'd encourage folks to call if you've not done so already. I know, I think, Amy, you said you do have a list of folks that we've been trying to keep an eye on who we know are interested in it. Upon implementation, again, the initial program is intended to be single barrel. The second barrel program will be evaluated over the summer as we monitor performance. Again, this is a significant change that's taking place. The market is forcing the change upon us, unfortunately. We want to monitor the performance of the program over that first month. There will be disruption. There will be miscollections. We are going to encourage folks to call the DPW, but we're intent to work with the vendor to ensure that that the trash is collected, that the recycling is collected. I'm going to go to the next slide here. Again, this is just the proposals kind of expressed as an annual fee. So I know I showed the big $1 million numbers, but if we were to have gone with the Republic for manual collection, again, there was no bid for that. For Republic Services automated collection, it would have been $635 per year. If we had gone with Capital for manual collection, so again, no carts, no automated carts, still $560 per year, and the board elected to proceed with the Casella Waste proposal at $520 per year. So this chart, I know it's hard to see, but it just shows the fee scenarios. In red are the annual fee, and down the very bottom in red or in green on the right-hand side, or black I think it is, just shows, when you set the fee at a certain amount, what do you end up creating for a deficit or a surplus in the program. And what I'll just point out is the third column from the left in red, $520, it does project that there would be a $55,000 deficit. But we think that there's a possibility that our tonnage will go down, so the overall cost of the program will decrease. And we also have a stabilization fund that we could transfer from either in October town meeting or in June town meeting to cover that difference. Again, residences are automatically enrolled in the program, but they may opt out by annually completing an alternate hauler form that demonstrates other contracted trash and recycling services. And those residents that do qualify for the exemptions may request the smaller trash and recycling bins initially. Again, we're opening that ability up to all seniors to make that request as well, moving forward. Just a note with regard to the private hauler, I know there's been a lot of discussion about that in the community and online. A couple of us went through the exercise of trying to solicit quotes and weren't able to get below $600 a year with private haulers out there. So I personally made the request. I tried to mirror what this program would look like with weekly collection. I couldn't even get weekly collection of recycling. I had to go to bi-weekly collection of recycling. It was still over $600 per year for collection. There were 3 other vendors who declined to provide a quote to me. So we're pretty confident that in terms of dollar for dollar, program for program, this program is the most cost-effective way for the town to provide collection. We know there are communities that don't provide collection, Middleton being one of them. They do still charge a fee to access their transfer station. It's $195 a year, and you need to bring the trash and recycling there yourself. So that gives us another comparison point. And these changes, we're not alone. You can tell which communities are in an expiring contract and which communities have signed a new contract because there is a huge disparity in the fee. So I just try to give a summary of what's going on just around us. And we are unique in that we are charging the fee. And that, again, goes back to 2003. So that's why there's that sticker shock that I think we're all dealing with, myself included as a resident. But it was a decision that's been made and upon which our budget has been reliant going back to 2003 in order to maintain services here, here in North Reading. So again, I won't read all of those. You see a number of communities have gone to automated collection, but they're not charging a fee. It's rolled into their tax base. Whether they've gone through with a tax override or not depends upon the community, but that is one alternative for funding that folks have pursued. And I just tried to give a little bit of information for statewide. There's a master database that the board members may have seen in the folder, and when I just tried to check location, because the board was very committed to trying to maintain your service at weekly trash and recycling, because we didn't want to go backwards from that level of service, which some communities have done. There were 12 that were offering that and charging a fee. The fee ranged from $100, probably being heavily subsidized by the taxpayer, to $511.98 per year. Again, in that information, it's unclear what percentage of the cost was paid by the fee versus by the taxpayer. It's unclear whether it covers other services such as yard waste collection, et cetera. And it's, again, probably the most notable thing, unclear as to when those contracts were entered into and when they expire. So that's the end of the presentation with regard to the information here. I'm going to stop for a moment through you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask Mr. Parisi if he would like to add anything with regard to the presentation here.
I think you've covered quite a bit of information there. I think, to be clear, there's been a lot of different programs we went through and tried to mimic as best we could. Something that represents what we currently have. Although that contract is expiring, we did want to see about continuing those services. There have been some minor changes, as you pointed out, about actually having to call and schedule for pickups of bulk items, CRTs, things like that. But certainly still having it on a weekly schedule, once a week, that will be determined by Casella once they get into the service. But I think it does cover a lot of information. Certainly we'll be here to answer any questions.
So I would like to speak to one thing that I know will be a question. And, there was a question about how is it we can set these thresholds for water but not for trash. And the biggest difference is this is not metered. We don't know on a week how much trash is actually being put curbside, townwide, or by house. It's metered on the whole when the truck dumps the trash up at Covanta and Haverhill, but we don't know how much is being contributed by any household. And as we all know, it varies from week to week. You may have a holiday that you celebrate at your home and have a lot of trash to put out. The next week, you may not, and you may not even have, you may have one bag. So there's a significant variance that happens there. And it's something that we've struggled with because we know the question that will present itself, which is if I exchange my 96-gallon bin for a 64-gallon bin, can I have a break on the cost? The challenge with that is it's a zero-sum game. And by that I mean if we're going to lower the cost for the 64-gallon bin, we're going to have to make up the difference by raising the cost for the 96-gallon bin. It's the same amount of trash. We get the same bill from Covanta either way. And we couldn't responsibly project how to even guess what that would look like in a number, so that's why we're not proposing it. There may be a point in time in a future fiscal year, even a year from now, when we have data and we know how many 64-gallon bins are out there and can better allocate it. But it would be worse than a guess at this point to try to come up with that number. And again, I can't stress enough, in the end, it's the same volume of trash that ends up going to Covanta and needs to be disposed of. So I know it's disappointing to hear that as a recommendation, but we did talk a lot about it. Your calls, your emails, your posting on social media, we've been monitoring all of it and tried to look at how we might be able to do this. And certainly in year one, we just don't see a way to be able to reasonably make that projection without significantly impacting the cost on the other side for the larger barrels. Thank you.
All right, it's a public hearing, so anybody who has a comment, please come right up to the front here. Yes, it's your turn.
I'm Pamela Barkin, and I live on Shore Road. Oh.
Yeah.
And my question is, I unfortunately have an extra house on my lot, and at the moment, I'm paying double trash. And I've called the Public Works Department today and said to them, I do not want barrels delivered to the house that no one lives in. And they told me that I probably would have to take them anyway. So now I'm wondering if I'm going to have to pay $1,000 a year for trash collection when I only have just myself alone in my home, which is part of the property that I have.
This isn't a trick. It's not a trick question. But were you previously paying $600 per year?
Yes, right now I am.
Okay, so you have two units on your property, which I believe is what's causing.
I'm required to pay double trash.
If you are able to demonstrate that there is another hauler in place for the trash in accordance with the standards, then you are able to seek an I guess it would be a withdrawal from the program. Yeah, an opt-out. But
I think she's trying to tell you that her second house is uninhabitable.
Right.
So I know there are instances where that comes up on a case-by-case basis. It's something we can look at. I mean, it's rare, but if that happens, I think we could certainly evaluate
I
that.
called down before the town hall, and they said I could not. I was not allowed to have a personal person come in and take my trash. I had to be part of the trash program.
If you have a contractor who you've entered into agreement with to do it, and unfortunately, it's probably not going to be less than this, but there is an opt-out that's
I
there.
don't mind paying $600, I guess, if I have to, but $1,000 is a bit much, I think, for
I would say
trash.
talk with Mr. Prince either tomorrow or give him a call, and we can try to look at what's going on with your circumstance.
All right, thank you.
Okay? But to be clear, there are properties that have two houses on one lot, and they are billed for two properties. So it would, for the owner of if it's one owner, it would, and two units.
Everything gets twice.
Hi there.
Ed, how are you?
Good, Michael, how you doing? Ed McGrath, 8 Lowell Road. I've been down this road myself. I ran the program in Bedford, and I was on the recycling committee here in North Reading for 28 years. You talk about proper use, that was our first site for the drop-off center 30 years ago. That got shot down. I have a couple questions. In the Casella charge of $1.8 million, does that include the recycling processing fee? Are we paying separate fee for that?
I'll ask Joe to speak to that. Mr. Parisi?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then the difference, the difference between what was appropriated at town meeting and Casella's figure of 1.8, so there's $559,000, is that Covanta? Covering the Covanta cost?
Mr. Parisi?
Could you state that figure again?
It's about,
State your question.
it's like $560,000. It's the difference between what was appropriated at town meeting, 2.4 million, And then I just subtracted what the figure given in the presentation, 1.8 million to Casella. So there's a difference of $560,000. Is that to cover the cost at Covanta?
Joe, that sounds low for the Covanta cost, am I wrong?
Yeah, you're asking for what is the solid waste disposal line item in the FY '27 budget? $485,833 was appropriated.
Okay, so that's not just Covanta, but there are also, I'm thinking household hazardous waste day is probably
Yep,
in that
yep,
difference
yep,
as well.
yep.
There's a small salary obligation with regard to DPW that's in there, so
Yep.
that's probably gonna get the
So
delta.
so that $560,000,
It's all of that.
it's a lot of money for all of
Or
that.
485 for trash, and then the difference is whatever the residual
Yeah,
costs
I
are to
know,
operate.
I know. And the question I had is, we've been trying to, the state has major effort to reduce trash by 2030. It's their solid waste master plan. And going to a 96-gallon cart, I went through this in Bedford. We switched to, for recycling carts, to 64-gallon. We had 48-gallon trash carts. And it's just to get waste reduction, you have all that capacity, not that I'm gonna use it, but, it just seems like 64, and plus just the handling of it, I mean, these are big carts. So, all right.
I just would respond by saying, from the board's discussions, they're trying to stay as close to the 250 barrel
Yeah.
gallon limit that we have, so 100
Yeah.
total.
Yep, I understand.
And 96 was the proposal that came forth.
I would also suggest, and I've talked to Joe, we've, about this. Bedford did a pilot, we started doing food waste. And the first 6 months of the program, when I was there, we diverted 61 tons of food waste from the trash stream. And at the going rate at Covanta, then the town did not spend $4,500. It's just money that was not spent. And if you do some of the math, I was using my stats and stuff like that, but it's something that they actually did a pilot study and they're rolling it out, trying to get 20% of the households to be participating in food waste, Black Earth.
Yep. Mrs. Moore?
So, we did talk about it a lot, and we did get a proposal from a food hauler. And they didn't have an option to provide a receptacle for each household. The option they provided was to have centralized locations throughout the town where
Yep.
people would bring their food waste.
Yep.
And I use Black Earth compost at home, and just from my personal experience, I don't think anyone's gonna bring that to a centralized location rather than putting it on a curb. But I can tell you, again, from personal experience, now that I'm using composting service for food scraps,
Yep,
my trash has gone down
Yep, mine too.
significantly. I don't even put out trash every week. I
Yeah.
go every other week because it's mostly like plastic wrap and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we are looking at a possibility of running a pilot with the school system. I'm doing research on that to see how that looks.
I could talk to, well, in Bedford, they have a drop-off, they have a, they call it now the recycling center, it was the compost center when I was there.
Yep.
I was the compost king. But they put bins there for people who didn't want to subscribe to Black Earth. And
Yep.
they have 100 households participating. They're participating in using the drop-off. The other thing is just marketing the program to get more, the more people that sign up, the lower the monthly cost goes.
Correct.
I'm paying $16 a month for biweekly collection. That would drop down to 11. That's going, so it's like the more people get involved, it would save the town money. And one point when I was on the recycling committee, contended that we had this, in the enterprise fund, that we should give everybody a $5 recycling credit. Would have cost $21,000. We had over $100,000 in the books. This is pre-Joe. Joe wasn't involved with this. And, I think the subsidy the town now pays for the initial fee, $35 for the bin and the bags.
Yeah, I believe.
Right, to get you started and stuff, and that's something, and I would think, that would be something beneficial to the town. You're not gonna get everybody, I understand that, but.
Right.
So just to that point, Mr. McGrath, thank you for bringing that up, and Catherine, thank you for bringing that up. I put the website up on the screen here, blackearthcompost.com. They do service North Reading. If you driving around and are not participating, you might see the small green bins curbside at different homes. It's a way to reduce tonnage as well. And again, is it going to necessarily reduce the fee for this upcoming fiscal year? No. But to the extent that we're diverting trash from having to go to Covanta to be disposed of in an incinerator, that saves us money, and maybe it's a positive impact on the fee a year from now.
Yeah, I did a quick calculation based on their website, the town stat, they have a stat for the town, there's 114 households participating, and I came up with over $9,700 in avoided cost because of the food waste diversion. So, something to think about. And the town of Bedford's got they did a pilot study, they got money from the state to fund it, to provide funding for the program and stuff like that, so encourage, maybe we can look into that too, as we go
I'd
forward.
love to pick your brain for that.
Okay.
As a reminder, we have a sustainability committee, so feel free to
I know,
visit sometime.
I
I know,
I've
I
been
know you know.
participating.
He was
I know you know.
involved in that for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to jump in the pool again.
Okay, whoever would like to come forward, please.
My name is Melissa Blair. I live at 16 Stevens. Just wanted to echo, I lived in Germany for 3 years, and their central trash, supply area, I mean, it's wonderful. So they, have separate, recycling stations and separate food waste, and you just do it. So, I don't know.
Germany's from creation till crypt. I forget what they from crib to crypt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
So,
their
I mean,
recycling. You
it's
can't
just-
make
it's
out
really-
something, you
but
can't
they-
make something without the
Without-
manufacturer coming up with a way to recycle it back.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
they do it on, the military installations and everything.
I think
So
it's
just
crib to
something
crypt, if I remember right. That was the thing. Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Jody DeClean, 6 Oakland Road. I want to know from the board, why are we doing 96 gallons? Why didn't we negotiate 64 gallons and a cheaper rate?
Michael or Joe?
I mean, I'll just speak to the conversations I was part of. The board was doing its best to try to replicate the existing service level of 100 gallons. Right now, it's 2 50-gallon barrels are the limit, if you will, with the overflow bags available for anything beyond that, and 1 bulk item per week. I think in the discussions and in the review, the DPW director, myself, and the board were trying to match that, knowing that there was going to be a substantial increase in cost for the program, likely in either scenario. And so I think that's why we ended up with 96.
Okay, please just come forward. Yep.
Loretta Capizzuto, 12 Duane Drive. Little Loretta Capizzuto, 12 Duane Drive. I could probably fit myself in those 96-gallon trash bins. I throw out, oh, one more thing. Retired Loretta A. Capizzuto and senior Loretta A. Capizzuto. So my point is, and my question is, could you explain a little bit the requirements for the seniors to qualify first for the 64-gallon and the lower rate? What some of the requirements?
So,
Including the age, please.
I'm not the best person to describe the assessor's program. The assessing website describes what those exemptions are, and the way you should look at it is, first and foremost, it qualifies you for a discount on your property taxes. Because you qualify for that, you also qualify for a discount with regard to this program in the amount of 50%. So that's the discount end of it, and again, I'd encourage you to look at the assessing website. A lot of times, people who do qualify maybe are lower income or asset level, and so they've kind of found their way to us already. So I'm not sure there's a ton of people who are qualified and are not aware of the program, but I would encourage you, or if you know a neighbor or a friend who might qualify, have them look at the website or contact the assessor's
Is it the
office.
assessor's website?
Assessor's website, or call the office if you don't see an answer there. But they do have an exemptions page, I'm pretty sure, on there that will describe the information. But that just is the cost. In terms of the gallons, I hate to do this, but it's going to be bumpy. And I need to ask folks to be patient. We're going to do our best to get a 64-gallon bin into the hands of anybody who is making a reasonable request for it, but it's going to take some time. We have to get the carts. We have some that are coming in. We want to make them available for folks. We know right away, because of what we're seeing with regard to their eligibility for the exemption, might be struggling. We're trying to make that an option for them. And we're certainly going to be prioritizing for seniors who are looking to go to the 64 gallons. But unfortunately, because of the situation we're talking about with regard to the cost, we don't see there being a discount on the cost just because you have the 64-gallon bin in the first year. Please let the DPW know. We're going to do our best to get those bins exchanged for you as quickly as we can. But it's going to take some time, and this is going to be a rollout. And look, we didn't want to be telling you on Thursday that the bins were getting distributed on Thursday. That's not the position we wanted to be in, but we're working with a vendor here. They're trying to get the carts out there in timely a fashion as they can. We know there are people that are getting a large cart that may not be able to manage it. We know there are people that are getting a cart that have every intention of going to a private hauler and are going to withdraw. We will follow up with them. We'll come and collect the cart at some point, or the vendor will come collect the cart. We're asking folks to be patient. But if you're looking for a 64-gallon cart, especially if you're a senior, certainly let the DPW know.
One more question,
Sure.
too. Are we also, probably going to answer my own question, but required to haul the bins to the curb at whatever trash recycling day? Is it still going to be Mondays? Do we know that?
So the days are not going to change. So
Okay,
if
so it's
you're
still
Monday right
Mondays.
now, you're going to stay Monday. A year from now, or if we're finding it's not working, then we may make adjustments, but the plan at this point is to maintain the existing schedule. So yes, the carts are collected curbside. We're not expecting people to leave them curbside at all times, and that they're probably going to get pulled in. I'm sure it's pulling them out that's going to be the most difficult thing. You know, I know it's not the best answer when I say while we go through this transition, to the extent that neighbors can help each other out, as we're trying to get the smaller bins in folks' hands, we're going to ask for that assistance, but we will attempt to get those smaller bins into folks' hands as quickly as we can, but it's not going to be overnight.
And I know it's July 1st. We might want to remind residents, I just driving up my street this morning, Casella barrels, not mine, but Casella barrels were already at the curb.
So that's correct, yes.
I know that, but
Yeah, use the bin beginning July 1st.
July 1st.
Until.
But people
through
are
June-
already putting them curbside.
Through June 30th, use your existing bins. And yes, there will be more information with regard to how you might be able to dispose of or recycle your existing bin if you don't want to hold on to it anymore. There is a secondhand market for them, believe it or not. People will buy them if you put them on Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist, but it will also offer an opportunity for recycling as well. I do, and Amy asked me to do this earlier, but I neglected to do it. I've made a change on the website. For people who are maybe not getting reverse 911 calls from us anymore because of the issue we had with the code red system in the fall. So we had a system that had nearly everybody's home phone number in it, like 8,000 numbers, and their system basically failed. And so we made a determination that when we were going to the new regional 911 center, we would take advantage of a reverse 911 system that they have and that they operate and allow us to operate. So I would ask, and if you need help from a family member or a neighbor, go to the website, www.northreadingma.com. Right on the front page, it says RAVE. Northreading.gov, not com. No. Northreading.gov. It's called RAVE. It's right on the homepage, and you can sign up for reverse 911 calls. And we heard everyone loud and clear. Will be more. We try not to inconvenience people with too many of those calls because some people don't like them, but we'll err on the side of caution of sending out more of them. So be on the lookout for more calls. But northreadingma.gov. It's right on the homepage. It's called RAVE, and you can sign up, and we'll be able to reach you by phone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lori.
Anybody else? Yes, please.
Christine Spencer, 13 Burrows Road. Number one is, what age do you consider a senior for
So,
this trading? 'Cause
65, I believe.
65.
Are you asking for purposes of the exemption, or?
No, just to try to get this lower barrel. What I don't understand, thank you for all your hard work. I know it's hard work to put this together. Towns like Framingham, when they switched over to automated, they were given a choice And so the people chose what they wanted for their household. My trash is this much because I do everything right. I compost, I recycle. Right now, my recycling goes out once every 3 or 4 weeks. My trash is a waste basket liner. And so to have a 96-gallon thing it's too much. Well, that's correct, sorry.
Yeah.
And I help an 80-something-year-old friend of mine, client, wheel hers out, and I had to do it in the snow. And even for me, and I'm tall and I still am strong, even though I'm over 60, it's still hard. It's very heavy,
Yeah.
even with nothing in it. And looking at the website and everything, it said that we have a limited amount of 64. I said, all right, 64 is still not great, but it's better than 96. So last week, I tried calling the number, the 6060 DPW, which is on your website, because every time I looked anywhere or looked on the Facebook places, it kept saying, limited amount of 64 available, information later this month. It never said how to go about getting this. I couldn't find it anywhere, so I called the DPW last week. I left my number and my name and said, please tell me how to go about this. I got no phone call back. I waited a couple of days. I called again last week. I now left my address, my phone number, my name. No one called me back. This morning I went in person and spoke to, I think it was you over there. And what she said was, oh, your name's not on any list, because she went and she looked. So another person in that office said, wait a minute, I remember that name. I forwarded you the information last week or whatever. So now my name is at the bottom of some list. I don't know how many people are on the list. I don't know how many, it hasn't been easy, and I understand there's going to be glitches in the system, and I appreciate it. I'm trying to have so much patience, but I don't know where I'm going to be storing these big 96 things. It's just a lot. And again, Framingham got the choice. Why weren't we given a choice? And that would have set the fees, because if you're choosing to have the larger bin, you could have figured out how many and then figured out how much to, not necessarily charge individual families, but you would have been able to say, okay, in our town, we have X amount of 96, X amount of 64, and Casella actually has 3 sizes, including a 30-something, which would have been perfect for me. So that would have given a lot more information to you when you were going to do, fees, setting fees for everybody. I'm not saying different fees, but I'm saying it would have given you an opportunity, plus taken that off your hands. No one would have complained that, hey, I don't want a 96, because they would have chosen it. So that's
Yeah.
all.
All right. No,
Look, I appreciate the feedback.
Sorry, I'm nervous.
No, that's okay. Thank you for your feedback. And just, I don't want you to be sitting there worried about where you are on a list. We have your information, I believe, at this point in time.
I hope.
So, and I also just want you to understand, we said for 2 weeks that information would be available later this month, and so.
Right, and you kept saying that.
So,
and I said,
hold on. So, and the DPW asked, what should we do? We say, we're not taking names at this point in time. And you know what? They did it anyway, because they knew people were going to want to know. They have the names. So, it's later this month. Here we are, June 15th. We want people to know, if you're, interested, we want you to, call and let us know. It's going to take some time. I don't want people to be panicked that they're not going to get one. What I will tell you is you might not get one right away, but it's going to take some time, and we'll get through the process. But again, in the meantime, we're going to ask neighbors to help neighbors to the extent that they can, because they are big. I understand that. So, thank you.
all right. Yes.
Hi, good evening, Lisa Mackey, Adam Street. I have 3 questions. One, is there a weight limit on the barrels, or it's just whatever you can cram in there?
I'm going to ask Joe to confirm, but I don't think we've been told there's a weight limit on it. I mean, I think if you fill it with rocks, it's going to be.
Hopefully not, but.
It's going to be a problem, but You know, the tonnage we found is between 100 and 150 pounds is what the average of, you know, the average weight of 96 gallons of household trash. But Joe, can you just confirm that?
That's great, correct. Yeah, there wouldn't be a weight limit necessarily. I mean, there are restrictions in the materials you put in there. Construction debris should not be in there.
Right.
It should be, you know, household waste.
If you fill it with household
And
trash,
that
it won't
would
be a
range
problem.
between about 100 and 125, you know, pounds, I think, on that one.
Thank you. Second question is, I know there's an overflow bag if you have more trash. If you have more recycling, because I know there's a lot of boxes and things, what should you do with those?
So, you know, right now, each house is getting one 96-gallon container. We're gonna, you know, folks are asked to try to make do with that. There are probably gonna be instances where people need a second recycling bin. And that's something that we'll be working on, but not right away, because we're more focused on the smaller bins at this point. Joe, I don't know whether, you know, we were able to have a conversation with Casella about people who have excess on a given week and want to drop it off in a container somewhere. I know that at one point we had a pretty active use of 2 recycling dumpsters, I think it was, right? One was here and one was, I think, at the DPW, or maybe at McGuire Field. So we'll have more information about that. Again, I expect it's going to be like you got to bring it there and drop it off, but that's better than having to hold it for more than a week.
Yep. And then the last question is kind of a recycling question. I'm not going to be able to fit those 2 barrels plus the existing barrels and recycling things I have in my garage. So when we start using them on July 1st, how do we get rid of the existing ones? Do we actually put them inside and have them recycle them, or what?
No,
But what can we do with those?
They
to
won't
get
be
rid of them?
picked up as part of your regular curbside collection, but we'll have information with regard to what will probably be a drop-off and possibly a limited collection, so that's something that there'll be more information. But right now, we're trying to get the carts in your hands, because that's how the trash is going to have to be collected on July 1st. We know it's going to cause a disruption. It's going to be a period of time where people have 2 new bins and 1, 2, 3, or even 4 old bins. We just ask you to bear with us while we work
It's
through
at least
that.
nice weather for right now, right?
For now,
So-
for now.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Yes, please.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Warren Sika. I'm actually representing my mother, Carol Warren, at 7 Nutter Road, a resident of North Reading for 70 years. Much like many of these people here, her bag is this. I have to tell you, last week it was so small they didn't even pick it up. It was on the curb. So I really would implore you to look into those smaller bins, even below the 64, because the costs are just continuing to rise.
We will, thank you.
Thank you.
There you go.
That's my problem. I am almost 85 years old. I'm not considered handicapped, but I need a cane and I have braces. I have other health problems. I have to be careful how much things weigh. However, they dropped off the recycling barrels the other day at the end of my driveway. I could not move them. I had to ask a neighbor to bring them in. He brought them to a certain point. I tried to move them a little further in, couldn't budge them. I don't think I'm going to be able to move a 64-gallon one. I'm a widow, have been a widow for 27 years. I've lived in this town 55 years, gone through regular trash pickup, buy the stickers, and I had a family of 6. Now, I'm a widow, as I said, 27 years. I can't even have a barrel I can move. What's my problem? What's my answer?
So definitely let the DPW know, if you haven't already.
Pardon me?
Definitely let the DPW know your name and address with your phone number first, and we will certainly work to get you the smaller 64-gallon barrel to start. And we're going to have to look further into how feasible and how soon we could do anything smaller than that. I don't have that answer for you right now. I wish that I did.
I mean, I can't budge them. Literally cannot. They give you the directions. Forget it. I'd be on the ground under the barrel. And I said to one of my neighbors, they said, gee, we could pick you up and put you in it, and they'd never find you. So,
That's a little
you know,
concerning.
thank goodness I have good neighbors and they help me, but I can't expect them to take out the trash. So
Yeah.
I'm
Please give us a call
concerned.
so we can have you, make sure we get you a smaller one.
Yep.
Tony Larray, 21 Strawberry Lane. If you look at the numbers, our collection costs have doubled, and we've cut our labor in half. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So some of it is consolidation. We have less competition out there. Some of it has to be fuel. So do we have a base fuel rate in this new contract?
I'll defer the DPW director on that.
If the question is, is there in the contract a base fuel rate and an escalator on that?
A base
Yes.
fuel rate, and if it goes above that base, we pay a surcharge. And if it goes,
That is correct.
and if it goes below that price, which we all hope it does, we get a credit.
There is, yes, there is an adjustment clause in the contract, or there will be.
Both ways?
I believe so. I can check on that, but there is an adjustment.
Have we executed a contract?
No, we have not. To be clear, we
Okay.
are going through a
All right.
contracting process
So
at
my
this point.
suggestion would be to nail down what Casella has based their collection cost on in terms of fuel price. And hopefully, we can get a credit when prices eventually come down, if that's the case.
Thank you.
The third factor is recycling costs. You know, what are they carrying for recycling fees? Commodity markets have been horrible the last year. So again, when those markets come back up, hopefully, are we gonna see a benefit to that? Are we gonna see a reduction?
Joe, can you speak to that?
Yes, there is a base cost for the labor for recycling processing, and then there is a credit to that based on the market value of the commodities, and that will fluctuate from month to month.
So there'll be a monthly or an annual adjustment? Is that how that's gonna work?
That is correct. There'd be some commodity value that will fluctuate, and that'll be reflecting in our charge or invoicing that we receive from Casella.
Okay, thank you. And what length of term are we talking here?
The contract length of term is 5 years for the initial contract.
I guess, given that length, I would strongly suggest that we address the fuel price and the commodity prices to make sure that we're not stuck in 5 years. We're not saying we're paying twice as much as, other people are paying.
That's great feedback. Thank you.
And I guess, I know you guys looked at some options, but did you look at the option of bringing collection in-house, much like we did street sweeping a few years ago?
No, we did not. We didn't evaluate that based upon the proposals. I suppose if we didn't get the proposal that we got from Casella, we may have been forced to, but even at that, for us to be adding staffing, the post-employment benefit costs that we add with that, in light of what we've already been adding for public safety, I think it would be unlikely a direction that we would go in, but we didn't look closely at it, no.
Well, if the prices continue to go
You may
the
have
way they're going, it may be worth considering. Just going back to cart size, 96 gallons. I'm not aware of anybody that's using a 96-gallon cart for trash. Reading, Wilmington, Andover, Tewksbury, Melrose, Winthrop, Beverly, 64 gallons. Topsfield, Ipswich, Swampscott, 35 gallons. I don't need a 96. I don't want a 96. And I don't want to pay for a 96. Again, it comes down to, why are the low generators subsidizing the high generators? Recycling frequency, 96 gallons. I put out one green bin a week. That's like 20 gallons. I could put recycling out once a month. So why do we need weekly collection? How about a bi-weekly collection? Like Wilmington, Andover, Topsfield, Belmont, and others. Looking at, I think it was option 3 that was presented in a slide a few weeks back. The savings that Casella was offering to go to bi-weekly was $112,000. Divide that by 52, divide that by 40, you get about $55 an hour. That barely covers labor. If you look at a recycling truck, the average hourly cost is somewhere around $150. So we should be going back to Casella and saying, give us a real number for going to bi-weekly. That could shave $20, $25 right off that user fee, just by going to bi-weekly. And if you generate more recycling, that's great. You can get a second barrel for, just the barrel cost. The user fee calculation, my favorite subject. You just can't put a $520 number up there. I mean, a few years ago, we had a nice breakdown. Single family, number of single families, number of 2 families, number of 3 families, number of 4 families. And then we had an equivalent, basically equivalent single family number that became the denominator. We have no idea what's in that 520. Does that 520 include the hazardous waste cost? Does it include the DPW staff that's down at the recycling center?
Joe, can you speak to that? Joe, you there?
It's all right. He's recovering from surgery.
Sorry about that. I'm talking away and I'm on mute here. But yeah, so there is a detailed spreadsheet that sort of does sum up all of the single families, the multifamilies, and it comes to a total user count, if you will. So
Okay.
we are dealing with, total, let's call it dwelling unit count of 4,420 equivalent units. So that's the cost.
Okay.
Those are the users that are sharing in the cost, that are above and beyond the cost of what the town is contributing for its trash and recycling.
Okay. Well, I think
Some of the other programs.
that breakdown would be appropriate to share with residents so we can understand exactly how that calculation is being made and what's included and what's not. Because I've had this discussion before. If it's a service that the whole town can take part, like hazardous waste, that shouldn't be in the user fee, okay?
Correct, and it's not.
Okay, but we can't tell unless you give us the breakdown. I guess.
We certainly can make that available on our websites.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I gotta take an exception to that. Did you say hazardous waste is not included in the hazardous waste Christmas tree
Hazardous waste
collection?
is not, it's open to the town,
And
townwide.
So how do you pay for it?
But the town pays for it from the general fund.
That's why I think we need the breakdown, we really need it in advance. There's no reason why these things can't be presented, a week before. I mean, I hope you guys are getting that information a week before so you can review it and that you're not seeing it for the first time tonight. I've spent 40 years in this business. I'm pretty disappointed in trying to ram this down at the 11th hour. This is not a program change you do in 3 months. This is a program change that takes a year to do. And one of the suggestions was a great one. The first step should have been a survey. What do people want? Do they want 35 gallons? Do they want 64 gallons? Do they want 96? Do they want a second barrel? And then you could have basically figured out what an appropriate fair rate was for each of those 3 sizes. So I guess I'd encourage the board right now to table this discussion on the user fee, send it back to the administration, okay, and do three things. Negotiate a better biweekly collection of recycling, should be around $250,000. Offer at least 2 trash cart sizes. To everybody, yeah, to everybody, have a choice. Have a choice. And I think, I have several neighbors that put out 1 kitchen bag a week. They should get a 35, and they probably don't even fill a 35. So maybe it should be 3 options, 35, 64, and I don't know what you do. We really don't need 96s, frankly. If you had that much, you could have got a second 64, but it's too late now because they've been delivered all over town. And then I'd say go back and recalculate the trash fee, based on those different sizes. I mean, we've got a $300 fee in place now. It can be billed August 1st, and then you got a few months to figure out what a fair trash fee should be, and then that could be prorated over the last 3 quarters. So there's a way to do it. Let's not just jump into this thing like we've done so far and create the chaos that we're creating. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I just want to say, you should run for public office. If not, we have a finance committee that you should absolutely sign up for. That was great.
He served on the finance committee.
Well, we're missing him, that's for sure.
All right. Michael, anybody else on the,
So there is, but there is one very important thing that I again want to state, and I stated it earlier, but I'm going to state it in a different way. We didn't come up with the tonnage that we dispose of by multiplying 96 gallons worth of trash across 4,500 households. It's an actual number of what we throw away right now. So to try to say if we had fewer barrels that were 96 and more barrels that were 64 gallons, at least at this point, it's not going to change what the rate is. I understand the convenience end of the size of the toter, but the number of tons that we're carting off to Covanta and Haverhill to be disposed of is a pretty consistent number that we have year over year. And it may go down based upon having smaller containers if we were to go in that direction. But right now, it doesn't reduce the cost. And that, again, that's the very reason why we weren't proposing it as an alternative. There are a couple of people who are online with their hands up, so I don't know if we're at that point now or not.
Yep.
Okay. Kathy, I just clicked to allow you to unmute.
Okay. Did I unmute?
There you are. Hi.
Hi. It's Kathy again from 53 Swamp Pond Road. My seniors had a question. They wanted to know if they don't have a problem with the fee. Is there any way that they could buy the bags and bring the bags out to the curb without the barrel?
That's one we haven't heard yet. That's interesting.
Because they,
Yeah, no, I understand
some of them have
it.
Brolaners,
Joe,
you
Joe,
know,
Joe, Joe, what's your thought on that? I mean, we have to talk to Casella, because, I mean, the primary collection is gonna be a truck with arms on the back picking up the automated
Right.
toter. We'd have to look into that,
With
Kathy.
the fee as much as it is the weight of the barrel.
Sure, no, I understand that. Kathy, we're gonna have to look into that. I'm not sure that's gonna be an option, but we can
because
look
it
into
means someone has to get out of the truck to throw it in.
It does, and
that's-
again, what Casella has told us is their drivers will get out for the occasional,
Right.
for the occasional green bag. I don't know that they're gonna stop at a house that has only a green bag and get out and pick it up. But
Okay.
we'll talk with them about that, Kathy.
All right, thank you.
That's great,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
And I see Ms. Valdez also has her hand up. Do you wanna go ahead?
Hi.
Hi.
Again, Nina Valdez, 28 Flint Street. I also have a question with the overflow bags. Again, you said at this point hadn't been addressed, but if and when that does get addressed, I know that with Republic, we could only buy one option. I can't at this point remember, but I still have quite a few bags. And it was like you could only buy like 10 or 15, which I remember at the time thinking, like, that's a lot if someone only needs one overflow and they only use it like, I don't know, Thanksgiving or something. And again, I can only reference what I have experienced from where I have lived. And, you know, at previous residents, you could, at different stores, you could purchase, and some places you could buy 3, 10, or, you know, and you could get it at Town Hall and at some of the staples in town. So like you could get here, it would probably be like at Ryers or something like that. Just a kind of like an option, because I'm thinking, you know, someone who really usually doesn't have overflow, or the seniors, don't need to buy a 10-pack of bags, and they're kind of pricey. So just, I don't know if that's something, once that kind of comes along, we kind of want to look into, because like even now we're switching out, and I know, you know, we haven't really figured that out, but, you know, my bags aren't Casella bags.
No, it's the same
So I
bags.
don't know.
The same green bags that we're using with Republic right now will be the overflow bags with Casella. But we will talk with the vendor about
Okay.
what option is out there for a lower quantity than 10. No promises, but we'll certainly
Okay.
explore that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for online?
That's it.
That's it for online.
Do you have anything?
Crescenta Santos, 124 North Street. Could you refresh my memory, because I've been sitting here a while now, recent memory, yeah, it's not good. Why did we start with the 96-gallon option?
So
I think Beverly's got, my sister-in-law told me today, I think they got 3 options. They're going with Cassell too, it's all changed, the fee's going up. I understand all that, not
Yeah.
that I like it. One person with 1 bag a week is paying the same as a family of 5 or 6 with umpteen numbers of trash that I see out there. Not fair to seniors and not fair to single people. Penalized. Also, why 96? I've had 2 shoulder surgeries. I dragged my barrel out, my 30-gallon barrel out, because like I say, I've had shoulder surgery. So it's like, how am I going to maneuver a 96 barrel? And also another thing is, how's it gonna fit in my garage? How's it gonna fit? A recycle, right now I have recycle on one side, trash on the other. I wanna know how I get my car in there, my legacy, small car, and I got barely enough room for those trash. And not your issue, I know, I should buy a bigger house with a bigger garage, no?
that wasn't what I was going to say. I can't obviously
But
tell you
I
how to
wanna
set your
know,
garage
why
up.
did we start, why
Yeah.
didn't we have options? 35, 64, 96. I don't even put out a trash bag every week.
Again,
Or recycle, for sure not.
From the discussions I was part of with the board, they were trying to replicate the existing 100 gallons per week to the extent they could. That's where this came from. Both us, the DPW director, myself, and the board having the conversation, 96 gallons came up as a proposal. It was the closest to the current 100 gallon per week limit that we have. That's where it came from.
Well, that's families of 5 or 6.
Is it too late to go back to them to ask them to switch it out to the 3 sizes?
I don't know that we're going to be able to go back for 3 sizes. We're going to further explore having more of the second size, the 64 gallons available. But we will talk with them about it. Again, I ask for people, I know it's frustrating for folks, I understand that, but I'd ask you to share your name and address with the DPW if you haven't already. We will look at these options with Casella, and to the extent we can offer them, we will, but we ask folks to be patient. And I know you all have been. Thank you.
Anybody else online?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, all right, I'm going to close public hearing. So now select board discussion.
Go ahead, Charles.
I just have a question, Mr. Chairman, through you. We haven't signed the contract yet with Casella.
No. We're still negotiating some of the terms.
Is there a letter of intent or something? Why are they dropping off these barrels? We got ours on Friday.
They're doing that in best faith, right? That's an at-risk.
That's a risk that they've
That's
opted
at-risk,
to
yep.
take, yeah.
And just so you know, anything at risk, that's a benefit to the town. Just saying.
We were a bit surprised at how willing they were to have the carts delivered and start distributing them, but they have. We've been working on a schedule of the principal business terms with them, along with some contract language, so both of those are in process, but neither have been signed.
Follow-up question, this is probably for Mr. Parisi. Let me think about this. Are you allowed to expand on any of the details of the contracts currently under negotiation? Specifically, I'd like to know about the liquidated damages provision in this new contract with Casella. And if we
So,
can't talk about that openly, we can take that offline, if I'm even privy to it.
Yeah, so we certainly, what I'll say, Joe,
I
is
think offline would be best.
All right.
we're very cognizant of it. I mean, I will just tell you, we kind of know the situation we've been in for the past few years. I'm not sure to the extent that gets replicated. But the one thing I will say is, I don't want anyone to be caught off guard, and we're happy to review the terms of the contract with the board in a special meeting prior to signing it, so that folks are aware. It does not require approval by the board, but I certainly welcome the feedback. And we are very cognizant of the damages provision and how important that is for maintaining performance.
And I'll just make one other comment, and I'll just go ahead and head this all off. This is not meant to come off as tone deaf, and this is not meant to be as placate anybody about the costs and the size of the barrels and all that, but there's two things. And I happen to know this because where we moved from up here, they had automated, lift and dump. It does reduce the amount of trash attrition for what it's worth, so the amount of trash we do see laying along the sides of our roads should go down substantially. And on a slightly lighter note, but I don't mean this as a joke at all, the number of times that I have had to swerve 30-gallon light barrels on a windy day on Elm Street, that will be eradicated with these barrels because these will not go anywhere. A tornado will not pick up these new barrels. We got ours on Friday, and they are massive, and I do feel we have several elderly neighbors surrounding us, and I've already alerted, my son and one of my other neighbors that we're going to be making sure that, we do our part, that they're not going to drag those down or lift them back up to their houses. I don't know what your options are for that. This is not really meant to be a solution, but obviously for anyone else who's listening, if you are in the, position, if you are of the means to help any of your more elderly or injured neighbors, while during this first year we have these teething problems and we work this out, and perhaps in the near future we figure out some more options as that's been discussed tonight, please reach out to your neighbors and just do that. Take this opportunity, to do that. As I said, it shouldn't be the onus to do that. I want to acknowledge that, but there's plenty of us out there who have the means. It'll take you about a minute just to help do your neighbors, trash bins down and up their driveway. So please keep that in mind. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Yep, Mr. Massey.
Mr. Tao, that made a lot of great sense there. First of all, I do want to thank Mr. Gilberto for the presentation. I thought that he touched upon every single point that maybe. Sorry. Usually I'm a loud Italian, so I didn't think that was an issue. I want to thank Mr. Gilberto for his presentation tonight. I think he hit upon a lot of the points that's been brought up, one to the DPW, his administration, and online. As Mr. Gilberto was going through it, I was smiling because I was saying all the points in my head are being checked off, so Mr. Gilberto deserves his kudos as well. The biweekly recycling was something that I brought up because we have been talking about this for months, though maybe we could have done something different to solicit more resident feedback. I would agree with that. The biweekly recycling was something where I was proposing and I was in favor of that because I know that recycling costs are much more than 50% of the cost of recycling and trash. It costs more to recycle than it does to dispose of trash. But the savings were really only $15 type of savings to people. I ended up voting option 1, which was most expensive, because it just felt like that's what we have now, in that the change from option 1 to option 2 or 3 was just so minimal that we might as well, you know, keep the same process that we enjoy. But this does take care, you know, a lot of people say it's not just for your residents, it is for the schools, it is for the municipal buildings, it is for the Christmas tree pickup, it is for, I guess I thought it was hazardous waste day, but that doesn't get included there. But I would say that some of the things that I'm seeing online about recommending going to an independent trash hauler, I don't care what anyone tells you. To Mr. Gilberto's point, that will cost you more. So while it sounds good, and while it sounds like a ring back to the town for increasing your trash fees, which really was just the open market bid that we took advantage of here at the lowest price, going out and getting an independent trash hauler is not in your best interest from a cost standpoint. Someone came to my office hours the other day. I had office hours, and a gentleman asked about trash fees being included in taxes. One thing I said was, I see it as an extreme benefit that North Reading separates out the trash fees from your taxes, because there's nothing being hid, right? At that point, you're being more transparent about what's in the cost than if it was just in some lump sum taxes. The override could include some of the taxes.
Excuse me, it's that when it was part of the overall tax thing, we deducted off of our federal taxes. When it was part of the real estate taxes, because it's independently separated now, and it has been for a number of years, when you made that decision, that means that there is no federal deduction. So there are tax implications to doing, I understand what you're saying, but if you went over the warrant and you saw it as part of it, it would have been in there anyway. You would have seen it as part of the cost.
It's a Schedule A issue, because right now, when it used to be included, and you put it against your Schedule A, then you got a deduction. But right now, very few people, even if you're not filing a Schedule A, it doesn't make any difference.
And the other thing is
And
the
you know
ability
it's
to
not.
take those, that deduction goes away in 2028. It gets, once again, gets capped at
Sunset.
$10,000.
Yeah.
In other words, the deduction on your federal income tax return up until last year, the big beautiful bill, was $10,000. And for the average taxpayer in the town of North Reading, you weren't even getting credit for your regular tax bill. You weren't getting the full deduction. So for the next 3 years, through 2028, you will. They raised it to $40,000, so you would end up getting credit for it, but then that goes away. So,
Thank you, colleagues. I don't know enough about tax returns like you two do specifically, so thank you. For some of the delivery of a second barrel. How does that? Are they required to pick it up, or would we?
We're still working through that. I
Okay.
don't want to misrepresent
worries.
it one way or the other.
For any seniors, there's been a couple that I've offered it to, but I'll offer it to anyone. If it comes that you need to go pick up your second barrel and you're a senior at your home, reach out to me and I will go to the DPW and I will deliver it to you personally. I want to get to the fee real quick about the slide where it shows the 520, 525, 530.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't mind. So, are you recommending a fee that would give us a deficit?
I am. So if we wanted to recommend a fee that would cause this program to break even based upon all the information that's available, we would recommend it at between $530 and $535 per year. We felt that $520 was an even number that can be divided into quarters. It's $10 a week, it ends up being in terms of the cost, and that's where we ended up settling. We're confident in this recommendation that the stabilization fund could address a shortfall in that amount if it needed to. You know, this is going to be a transition year. We don't really know what's going to happen until we get to the end of the year. And we felt like this was as low as we could recommend the fee responsibly without getting into an area where now, geez, we might not have enough in stabilization to offset it.
Thank you. I respect the proposal at 520 with $55,000 deficit. However, you know, being covered by the stabilization fund, but if we only have 164,000 in 3 years, we're going to have no stabilization fund. I'm not sure that's the most responsible fiscal thing to do. Hold your pitchforks. But I would say increasing it $10 to $15 while not leaving the town in a potential deficit or depleting our stabilization fund would probably be the most fiscally responsible thing. I don't know what this board thinks. And the upcoming there was a slide earlier about if we can later go back to the board thinking about these fees too, by the way. But there was a slide earlier about a blue trash cover and a black trash cover. So I'm sorry, we've never seen this. Select board. So we've gone over this for months, done some moving around, I'm not going to get into it. We've exchanged some emails, but I would have totally questioned, one, that we're renting barrels. I would have questioned the whole process about it, where it goes out. Two, I would have been super upset that we are getting barrels without our town name on them. And some may consider that very minor. To me, drive around, town of Reading, town of Wakefield, everyone's got their town on their barrels. Again, first time we're seeing this slide and the next one. I was a little like, how could we have not gotten that right?
I think we were pretty clear that Casella was acquiring and providing the barrels.
I don't think so. I disagree. I mean, we just talked about it, but.
No, I don't know what to say to that. We said that they were going to be acquiring. That was a huge advantage in their proposal versus the other automated proposals that did not include the barrels. We didn't know what they were going to look like. We didn't know what they were going to look like until they showed up. I think I indicated at the May 28th Select Board meeting that they could or may be stamped that way because we didn't know whether they would or would not be. But when we talked with the company afterwards, the timeline that we were working on based upon the board's vote on May 4th, I think we indicated the next day or the day after the carts were ordered, and this is what came. They're owned by Casella at this point in the proposal, that's why. We did have the option to buy our own carts. It would have been a little bit of a messier transaction, but it also would have been a $510,000 expense for us to do so, and I think we felt when we recommended this proposal that this was the most advantageous. But we didn't know what they were going to look like until they showed up.
Is there any other towns that Casella serves that has their town logo on it?
I believe that there are both, that there are some that they serve that have a logo and that there are others that do not. We've been talking a lot with Hamilton. They are going through a procurement with Casella right now for a very similar program. I don't know what their carts ended up looking like when they came in here, but I'll find out.
And can you...
Drake, it looks the same way? Doesn't say Town of Drake.
So renting the barrels, right? That was something I still don't maybe have an answer after this long discussion. We're renting them, so at the end of their contract, we give it back?
So they're purchasing the barrels, and our understanding is that they will own the barrels. We can have a conversation with them about an option to buy the barrels if we wanted to at the end. I'm not sure whether we would want to or not. I highly doubt they're getting repurposed elsewhere after they've been used here in town. So, you know, I don't know whether for Casella's purposes, it's a cost of doing business with regard to providing the service and winning the contract. You know, they'd have to speak to. But we will talk with them about options to acquire them if we wanted to, or at the end. Again, at our option, I would think.
Again, all conversations that we've never had until today. Thank you.
Yes.
May I? I personally feel like $500,000 not to have a stamp town logo on the barrels is probably okay. That's a huge savings in our capital expenses, but that's just my personal opinion. I do think, in hindsight, we should have asked Casella about multiple barrel sizes. And again, we were trying to get to an equivalent so that even though there was going to be disruption in service with a change to a new hauler, the type of service would be the same. I personally don't put out trash every week. It's probably every other week because I did switch to composting. And throughout all of this, I'm hoping that more residents may opt for composting food waste. And as a result, our total tonnage might go lower in year 2 with Casella. And if that happens, maybe we could realize some savings in reducing our total amount of waste that's being hauled. You know, as far as recycling, you know, a lot of folks have a lot of recycling, and the concern with not going to every other week recycling was that if the recycling accumulated and didn't get picked up, it would end up being thrown away. And I think that's the conversation we had about weekly versus biweekly recycling. Some towns have gone to biweekly trash pickup. I think that's a little bold. I probably would not recommend that, no matter the barrel size. But I think the residents had brought up some very valid points about the size of the barrels and how heavy they are and how difficult they are to maneuver. And if we have an opportunity to get smaller sizes from Casella, I think that would be hugely beneficial.
And to your credit, Mrs. Marin, you were the first person to bring up getting smaller barrels.
Well, I personally have I have 2 46-gallon barrels that I bought many years ago when I first moved into town. And they're still going strong, so now I'm going, what the heck am I going to do with my barrels? I'm going to convert mine to water barrels so I can water my tomatoes. I found a little kit on Amazon. I can convert it to a rain barrel, so I'm going to do that.
All right, thank you. Mr. O'Leary?
Again, the goal of the board universally here was to make the transition to a new hauler comparable to what we were enjoying already, which was the weekly pickups of both trash and recycling. And again, what we found was, when it came to Republic, they obviously didn't want our business. I mean, they were $500,000 more in costs than what Casella has offered here, and maybe $200,000, $250,000 more than the one in between. And then in addition to that, we would have had to buy the carts, you know, the barrels here, which was $500,000. I mean, so the whole swing here between Casella's proposal and Republic's is $1 million almost, almost $1 million. That's significant. So the goal was, well, first of all, last year we were hoping that Republic would put in a responsible bid and want to retain our business. We knew going in, and we've been talking about this for the last couple of years, you know, that the contract that we had with JRM, which Republic purchased and inherited, was really a sweetheart deal. We signed at a time with terms and conditions which were very favorable towards us, and also fee-wise substantially less than what the marketplace was already at. So we knew that when the contract was coming up for renewal, that we were looking at least a 25 to 35% increase at a minimum, just to come back to what the previous market rate was. Now, we've seen the cost escalate even more. As you can see, the whole cost of this program is almost $1 million more than last year. So that's huge. It's almost double. Really, it is virtually double what we were originally paying. So with the marketplace and the way that it is, even with the lowest bidder here, we're almost $1 million more than what we were last year. And that's what the market is out there. And when we're comparing to other communities and what the cost of removing the trash and all, this is what it is. So again, as we were looking at what are we going to do for the community, and knowing that the fees were pretty much almost going to double, how would you like to come to the community and say, we're going to double your fee and going to pick it up half as often? We didn't feel that the reception would be very good. So we say, okay, we're going to replicate as closely as we can what the current level of services are with similar programs, as far as the one large item and all the rest that goes along with it. And this is what we got. The bin size, I concur. We probably weren't thinking clearly enough, and again, timing-wise, we were pretty much under the gun because we were anticipating Republic would give us a reasonable response, and we would just transition at some point through them, spend the $500,000 for the bins to go automated and move on. But the numbers were too far off. So, we can try and work with Casella to see if we can do something in relation to the size of the bin, but it isn't necessarily, and I think one of the speakers this evening said, it's not so much the fee anymore as it is, the size and the manageability of getting my trash to the curb. So if we can work with Casella to help allay those concerns and make it a little bit easier for people to get the smaller bins, we'll make every effort we can to do that. My household, same thing. It's just my wife and I, one bag a week. And my next door neighbor, the 250 barrels plus the recycling plus, other stuff. More power to them. That's great. And for me, even at the proposed rate, for someone to come to my home and pick up my trash and my recycling for $10 a week is worth it. It's not a bad deal. And Mr. Studo is no longer sitting with us, but he's been harping on this for the last 2 years also. You have no idea what kind of a good deal you have here. And you're going to, he looked at it, you're going to call another hauler and try and get him in here and give you what you have right now. You're not going to come anywhere near close to it. And he was right. So to me, the biggest issue, and again, when mine was dropped off yesterday, the bins, I went, holy cow, I could almost fit in there. I'd fill it, but, really, they're big, and they're very difficult. They're going to be difficult to manage. So, let's see what we can do. Again, we can't make any promises on it. We could have done a better job in relation to offering different sizes to people, but we didn't have the time necessarily to do that because we were anticipating the current hauler to continue on with our contract at a higher rate. At least that's what I was anticipating, and it didn't come to fruition. So we were under the gun. Let's see what we get for bids, and this is what we got. So bottom line, we tried to replicate the level of services that we currently enjoy. We were not looking at prorating rates at this particular point in time. In other words, the cost is going to be $10 a week for everybody across the board, whether you put out the 98 gallons or one bag. I'm just going to share the responsibility, share the cost, as we have been doing all along. So we'll try and do what we can in relation to the size of the bins. Hopefully Casella's listening, and maybe they'll have the capacity to assist us in meeting the demands as far as the smaller size barrels. But for me, when I looked at it, I said, oh, this is big. But at least when I go, 1 week when I clean out my cellar, I clean out a room, I'll have enough room in the barrel to fill it up, and I won't get charged any extra, and I don't have to buy an extra bag. But really, this big claw that's going to come and take this thing and haul it up there, it's going to empty one little bag. The cost of them coming to my home is exactly the same as their cost going to the neighbor next door. And while they have a lot more trash, their cost associated with doing it is identical. So I apologize for not being thoughtful enough to think about the size of the carts. And again, I guess I didn't visualize what a 96-gallon barrel really was until I was looking it in the eye, the handle to eye, they're big. And they're gonna be tough for a lot of people to manage. And as Charles pointed out, we just have to look out for our neighbors and assist and do the best we can moving forward until we can get this other issue resolved in relation to the sizes that are gonna be offered to people. And we'll try and work with Casella to do that, to assist us in doing that. But the whole point of this was, we're gonna be doubling people's fees. They should at least get the same level of services that they were getting beforehand. And I guess that's the bottom line at this point.
Okay, I just have one comment for Michael, I think. We're saying residents who qualify for elderly, veteran, blind property exemptions currently receive a 50% discount. Is that, they're currently receiving that, like, even now, before Casella?
So that's a program that's been in place for a number of years.
Okay,
If you qualify for that property tax exemption, so elderly, it's listed as 65 or older. There's a surviving spouse that has a 70-year-old trigger. I don't know all the details of that. And then there's disabled veterans provisions as well. So
Okay.
that's in place right now. It's about 100 people that are qualifying for it. It's both a reduction in their property taxes
okay.
and a 50% reduction on the fee. So instead of $300, they pay $150.
Does that include that circuit breaker match program,
I
the
don't believe it
50%?
does, right? Yeah,
That's not part of the
yeah, I
assessors
don't
thing.
believe that's part of the statutory.
I'm suggesting that we explore that, 'cause we should consider that, because by definition, those people are right on the very edge of not surviving in North Reading.
We can look and see. I'm just wondering if many of them are already qualified, based on the other requirements. Yeah, we have to look.
The income
They may
limit,
already be qualified.
no, but the income limits for the circuit breaker appear to be a little bit
So-
higher
Okay, yeah.
than these other tax breaks
Yeah.
on the
We can look
assessors.
into that.
But
And we only had like-
it's minimal.
We only had like 26 last year who
Yeah, we
qualified,
can-
but it also wasn't well advertised
Yeah.
either, so hoping it's going to be higher.
So
But that'd be
anyway,
great, because the people that call me, they're getting that program, and they're wondering how they can afford, extra $200, $300 on their bills, and they're probably going to have to move or get out of town. And so if we could add that in for those people, which we know are right at the very edge, at least we're creating a safety net, if nothing else. That'd be a good one.
We can look into that.
All right, that's all I got. All right? So I think we're ready for a motion?
Could I just offer one thing to talk to Casella about, by way of the weight?
Sure.
I did a little checking out onto what the, again,
And
Laurie
thank you for
Martinez,
everybody who
21
stayed
Concord
and,
Street.
you know.
I have a 200-foot driveway uphill.
Okay.
So the cans alone, a 96-gallon plastic recycling bin weighs roughly 35 to 45 pounds, empty. Once filled, a full cart with paper and cardboard would weigh 75 to 150 pounds. Mixed household recyclables, 100 to 200 pounds. A complete packaged can, heavy materials will exceed 200 pounds. So a reasonable estimate for these carts, empty, 40 pounds, moderately filled, 100 to 150 pounds, and very full, 150 to 250 pounds. If you could tell them that that is a little unreasonable for some of us to try to wheel up driveways and down. That's all I have to say.
Honestly, for most of us.
Thank you.
All right. Charles, I think we're all set for a motion. And
Mr.
thank you,
Chairman.
everybody, for your time and attention.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Any thought on the fee?
Well, let's do the motion and then discuss the fee.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve trash and recycling fees for fiscal year 2027 as follows. Pause that for a minute. Do I need to read all the bullets under this as well? I can, I just need to know.
I would suggest it, and I wonder if you're going to have a discussion about the fee, if it's worth having before he reads all those.
Oh,
all
so
those
should we?
numbers. I wonder if it
All
might
right,
be
okay.
worthwhile to talk about it.
All right, so let's discuss the fee.
So are the options here to proceed with this motion, or as Mr. Lorraine suggested, do we at this late, I know it's late hour, I know it's 15 days out, is the option for us to discuss if we put a pause on this? And, sorry, Joe, you spend your last 15 days of June trying to see if we can get any options on barrel sizes or fees or anything like that.
I think the only thing that would, from what I heard, The only thing that would affect the fee is if we were seriously considering going to bi-weekly recycling.
Okay, so fee cannot be adjusted by having smaller barrels.
I just don't know how we can responsibly project for you right now, you know, a lower fee, because the fee is based upon actual tonnage.
Right.
What we actually cart away. So for us, based on all the projections we've looked at, the cart size is not creating an overall savings. And an attempt to disperse the fee differently based upon cart size, lowering the 64 gallon fee is going to result in a need to raise the 96 gallon fee. So I really think, unless you're really seriously considering going to bi-weekly recycling, I don't see the fee calculation changing. There are contractual terms that I think were brought up that we need to negotiate, but they're not going to necessarily impact the year one.
Okay. So really what we're discussing, sorry, my amplification, I'm not trying to hijack the entire table. We're going to discuss which of the fees.
Options.
Is that the options? Okay.
Yeah, I
All
think
right.
so.
I thought that's what I heard Mr. Massey propose, yeah.
If the board doesn't mind.
And I thought Nick was going the other way, so that we break even.
Oh, yeah. Say that again?
Is
Sorry.
that what you're proposing, the 535, so we break even?
So I'll just, and again, I'm not trying, the board can set the fee or whatever it feels is appropriate. I mean, it took a lot for us to come in here and not recommend a fully balanced fee. And that was what was discussed in multiple meetings, around that $535 amount. The one thing I will just say is, the more formalized and rigid collection program we're talking about now, we think it might reduce tonnage over the course of the year, and so that's why we were okay with taking that more of a risk than we might otherwise. But we certainly can understand if, you know, the board feels like we don't want to take that chance. We would rather just go with 535 or whatever number. I mean, that's totally your discretion, but I just wanted to provide that background. Lorraine, I don't know if you want to add anything to that with regard to it.
No, I would say that, we never go unbalanced. But the reason we were considering that, like Mike said, it might lower the tonnage. And if that didn't happen, we do have the stabilization fund if we had to at October or June. But we're really hoping for reduced tonnage.
But we can set it at, you know, whatever you think.
Yeah, my concern, just for my colleagues to consider, is long-term planning, and stabilization funds are very important to us. And keeping that money generating and putting money away is important. I just don't want to put us at a pinch point 3 years from now, when all of us may or may not be off the board. But, you know, want to consider trying to plan long-term financially.
Mr. Chair.
So are you proposing, just for everybody, 535, is that what you're recommending?
Yes, actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, through you, the post on social media by the town hall, did that say 400 to 500 or 500 to 600?
500 to 600.
Oh, I'm okay with 535.
535.
Mrs. Moranhead.
My question on the fee, if our tonnage does go down, are we able then to reduce the annual fee to the residents?
We may be able to.
Okay.
And again, there are escalators in this contract, so I don't know that it's going to be to the extent of what we talked about in the water rate hearing, but we should expect that there will be escalation that occurs over the 5-year term. Maybe not in year 2, but that will occur.
Conversely, if we go over our estimated tonnage and we don't reduce the amount of trash we generate, are we going to anticipate an escalation of the fee based on that?
It could happen. I mean, we are in a multi-year contract for disposal with the rate set tied to the CPI right now, but that could happen, yes.
I guess, since we're already asking residents to accept a much higher annual fee in year 1, I'd rather go up to the 535 that breaks even, and then be able to offer a reduction in year 2 if both the tonnage goes down and other factors come into play, than asking for a huge increase in year 1 and then potentially going back to the residents in year 2 and saying, hey, we need $10 more or $15 more or whatever the number might be. I am concerned that our projections are going to be not met, and then if there is an additional escalation with fuel or what have you, we're going to be going back to the residents next year, and it's going to be hard to swallow with the water rate and the trash rate going up already.
I understand.
Charles?
I'm gonna agree with Mr. Massey. I think it should go, I call it 536, so you have a nice even 134. And then if it turns out with the stabilization fund, things are going well, presumably we could always knock it down $5 or $10 at a later date, or is that not possible?
In a future fiscal year?
Yeah.
Using the stabilization fund, you're saying?
Yeah.
I mean, that's certainly, you could propose that. It would require an act at town meeting, obviously, to do that, but that would be required either way.
Okay. I know it's only $5, $10, $15, but the little bits that we can do, I'm sure the town would happily agree to reduce their fees $10 or $15. So I would call it 536.
There isn't a 536
No,
option.
but we could do
There's a
that.
535 option.
Yeah, but we can set it. This is a guide. Just, Mr. Chairman, I've been telling people for the last few weeks here that it's going to be probably 535 anyway, based upon what was presented at our meetings previously. I wasn't necessarily looking to put us in a deficit or run any risk as far as a deficit spending in the hopes that, you know, the tonnage is less and all the rest. I was looking to be upfront with people that it looks like it's going to $535, which is basically a break even anyway. So, again, this chart hasn't changed since the presentations that we've had previously. So I was assuming that we were going to go to a break-even point, not necessarily, again, the stabilization fund is only $164,000. It's not substantial. It's enough to absorb, you know, what's being proposed here. And, you know, to go from 520 to 535 or 536 is about 28 cents a week difference, and I don't think people are going to, they don't like the fee being doubled anyway. But they also don't want us to run into a deficit situation either, I wouldn't think. So, you know, I'm for the break even, and I'm also for even numbers so we can quarterly bill it out rather than with pennies with 536.
All right.
Yeah.
We're good. All right, let's do that. Do the motion.
536.
536.
I like it.
Is that really what you want to do?
It's going to be the Charles Tyler number, 536. I love it.
The new 6-7. All the kids are going to be
I
talking about it
object
tomorrow at
strongly
school.
to that extra dollar.
You object to the dollar?
Yeah, 10 cents a week.
Does anyone,
50 cents a week.
I'm sorry, just not to be glib about it, but does anyone pay the trash fee with cash? Because there could be a difference between someone walking in with, then you have to deal with a bunch of quarters.
Some people pay in cash, right?
Do some people pay in cash? I'm looking at you like you know everything.
Yeah.
I got $1.
Yeah, we definitely people pay in cash.
All right, let's go.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve trash and recycling fees for fiscal year 2027 as follows. Standard residential fee, $536. Standard Massachusetts General Legislator, Chapter 59, Section 5 exemption, 50% discount. Second trash barrel upfront fee, $75. Second trash barrel annual fee, $275. Second recycling barrel upfront fee, $75. Second recycling barrel annual fee, $0. Price per overflow bag, $2.50. With regards to the 50% discount, aforementioned 50% discount, residents who qualify for elderly, veteran, blind property exemptions currently receive a 50% discount. Also, residents who qualify for above will have the first option to exchange 96-gallon containers for 64-gallon containers. We will track the names of other interested residents and expand distribution as supply allows, starting with seniors. There's no discount on the annual fee if you exchange a 96-gallon container for a 64-gallon container. Call DPW at 978-664-6060 if interested. Upon implementation...
I think you're reading an explanation rather than the motion that was presented.
Oh, it's
I know, I wrote it in the motion. I would just assume, have this all worked out.
I asked Mr. Gabardo if I should read all this.
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
That's
All
the
right.
intent, yeah.
Okay. Oh, you rewrote it.
I've gotten this far anyway. Upon implementation, initial program will be single barrel, second barrel program to be evaluated at a later date.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? 5 unanimous.
And again, thank you, everybody, for your input this evening and online. You know, your constructive criticism is well noted, and we'll do the best we can.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think there's any possibility of us deferring some of these items to a later date?
I would second that.
Seeing how it's past 11 o'clock.
You want the intermunicipal agreement?
I think, yeah, so the IMA
Are you
certainly
proposing?
needs to be addressed.
I'm asking if any
The
part
Hood
of this
School
could
should be very quick.
touched.
The Hood School update.
Because it's 11 o'clock.
I know Lillian's been waiting, but I think we can hold off on the appointment policy.
If we have to have a second meeting before, do we have to do the meetings?
Appointments, certainly the legal bills. But I don't know that, I mean, they'll use marijuana products as a
Probably,
longer
we should probably get that
conversation.
done so we don't roll that over.
So I would take the next item.
So, 11,
I can be quick with that.
11, 17, and 18?
Okay, so we're going to go right to the school. It's going to take long. Number 11, we're going to zip through some stuff.
So, 11,
11, 13,
11,
13, 16, 17, 18, 19. You want to do schedules too? That we can do meeting schedule? So 16 through the end. So 11, 13, then 16 through the end. So,
do you guys have board member reports?
take it away.
No, I'm good.
It's
Yep.
fine.
So we'll pass it along.
So the intermunicipal agreement for Regional Housing Services Office, there's a memorandum in there from the town planner with regard to the program. This would be a one-year IMA rather than a two-year IMA because the office is switching consultants and the search for a new consultant took longer than much of the first year of the past
Mr.
term.
Chairman, could we cut down the chatter?
Oh, yeah. Hi, we're actually, Rita and everybody, sorry. Thank you.
So this is an IMA that requires approval by the board, signature by the board, and is funded through an appropriation that the Community Planning Commission requested and received at town meeting. They help us with affordable housing-related issues, specifically making sure that we're, with regard to units that are transacting, that they're being properly put on the market and sold, and trying to protect our interests there. So it's an important function for us, especially now that we are compliant with Chapter 40B with the recent permitting of 20 Elm Street. So the planner and I are both recommending that the board approve the IMA. Again, knowing that it's already been funded in the FY27 budget.
Okay.
I believe there's a motion to approve and sign.
Yeah, let's do the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve and sign the intermunicipal agreement for the Regional Housing Services Office.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Tyler. Getting tired. Second by Mr. Massey. Any discussion? I know it's been a good thing for us over the years, so I know how. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Is it item 13 we're going to now?
13?
So
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
for item 13, I am going to recuse myself on any further discussions in regards to the MSBA. I work professionally with them very often, and this is what I believe is precautionarily appropriate to make this recusal.
Okay, thank you. You don't need to leave unless you choose to, but it's fine. All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, just following up on, with regard to the Hood School project, in accordance with the update that the school committee provided to town meeting, the superintendent, myself, and the school committee chair are preparing to sign a letter that would withdraw the town's application for funding for an MSBA project for reconstruction at the Hood School. And that is something that's being proposed to be replaced by further evaluation of a potential project that would rely on replacing the modulars with different modular equipment. So that's something that's being worked on by the school committee. So it does not require a vote of the select board, but I did want to let you know that I intend to sign a letter that would withdraw our application without any prejudice or punishment on doing so, leaving the door open for another project to be proposed in the future. And again, no actions required, it's simply my signature, but I did want to let you know that I was doing so. Shouldn't be a surprise based upon the town meeting discussion.
Okay. Any discussion, concerns? No? Okay, we're good. Welcome back. Okay, appointments for Conservation Committee.
Okay. We're at appointments.
Conservation.
Okay.
Yeah. So, if you're looking for where it is in the packet, it's
So we deferred the
page 13.
policies,
The
right?
motion. What's that again?
Deferring the policies.
Yes. Yeah, we're right to appointments.
You have the motion.
Yep.
Yes.
Anytime you're ready, Charles.
Okay, Charles, let me get page 8, number 16,
Got it.
conservation.
Mr. Chairman, I move to appoint the following individual to the Conservation Commission as a full member for a term to expire December 31st, 2027. Robin Wilson, current associate member.
Second.
You need to read the other
You need to read all
names,
the
too.
other names.
Yeah,
Do I
read
now?
all the names. Yeah.
Okay. Start that again. Thomas Belshner, Jack Carroll, Justin Griffin, Gregory Racine, and Robin Wilson, current associate member.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr.
How
Tyler.
come I have a list of significantly more people on the list?
Is it the next one?
What's that? Oh, okay, all right. All right, thank you.
So they're not, they're no longer candidates for the position?
Okay. Okay, so motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Anybody want to comment?
I'll comment. I've been liaison to Conservation Commission for a number of years, up until last year when I took chairmanship. I assigned Mr. Studo to Conservation, so well aware of the candidates and the individuals here. And again, what we have is a current seated member, voting member, is switching to associate member, and an associate member who's been active is being elevated to the full membership, and they're just swapping terms. So, again, Elizabeth Decker, who's a current voting member, will be switching to associate, and Robin Wilson, who's currently an active associate member, will be taking over as a voting member. So the recommendation of the agent and also the chair is that we recommend Robin Wilson for the term, for the voting membership.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? No? All right, so it's a roll call.
Just
So we'll
state the
start with
name of
Mr.
the
O'Leary.
candidate.
Robin Wilson.
Robin Wilson.
Robin Wilson.
Robin Wilson.
Robin Wilson.
Good. All right. Thank you.
That's it?
So to be clear, when I read this, I will read all 5 of these names?
Yes.
Yes, and I see what's causing the problem. It should read, I move to nominate the following individuals, not to appoint.
Ah, okay.
And then
well,
when we go through, you'll state the name of the person you want to be seated in the position.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I can adjust that right now, then, that's fine, okay.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I move to nominate the following individuals to the Conservation Commission as an associate member for a term to expire December 31st, 2028. Thomas Belshiner, Jack Carroll, Elizabeth Decker, current full member, Justin Griffin, Gregory Racine.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey.
Again, Mr. Chairman, as I explained earlier, Elizabeth Decker is opting to become an associate member. She's been an active member and looking to become associate, and the recommendation from the chair is Elizabeth Decker as associate member.
Okay, good. Roll call. Mr. O'Leary.
Elizabeth Decker.
Elizabeth Decker.
Elizabeth Decker.
Elizabeth Decker.
Elizabeth Decker.
Good, thank you.
Veterans Event Committee, Liaison Chair, Mr. Massier, and Richard Stratton. Mr. Chairman, I move to nominate the following individuals to the Veterans Event Committee as an associate member for a term to expire December 31st, 2028.
Second.
I need
How about
to read
the
the name
person?
first.
How about the name?
Oh, sorry.
Got to read the name.
Joe Malik, Timothy D. Corcoran.
Second.
Sounds good. Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Nick, please.
Mr. Chairman, Joe Malik came to one of our Veterans Events Committee meetings and unanimously approved to join the committee. He seems like a gentleman, maybe more of you know than I do, but he seems like a great gentleman that a lot of folks know. He's been in town for a long time, Mr. O'Leary. You might know him a lot more than I do,
Very
but
well.
we are nominating Joe Malik. Tim Corcoran, just an FYI, we are inviting him to another future meeting to see if he'd be interested. But today we are nominating Joe Malik.
Good. It's nice when people take an interest, you know?
Yeah, it is.
You have more.
Well, Joe's had an interest in town affairs for a long time, many years. Fine fellow, and I look forward to voting in favor of his nomination.
All right. So let's start with Mr. Massey.
Joe Malik.
Joe Malik.
Joe Malik.
Joe Malik.
And Joe Malik.
Good. Okay. Legal bills?
There's a motion, I believe, prepared for March.
Legal bills. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve legal bills for KP Law for the month of March in the amount of $34,476.81 as follows. General, $20,154.81. Labor, $4,972.50. 20 Elm Street, 40B, $9,349.50 for a total of $34,476.81.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just add that we are once again expecting a need for a transfer from the reserve fund, so we'll be preparing a request for the Finance Committee that will net out any of the funds that we can move from the 20 Elm Street article, because it was quite an expense over the past couple of months in there, but I just want the board to be aware that we're monitoring that and that there will be a request submitted to the Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're moving on to meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman, a quick question on the first one. Since May 4th, I was not yet elected. Would I abstain from this one?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session minutes for the May 4th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
And
One
one abstention.
Abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry, one
Mr.
abstain, excuse me.
Tyler abstained.
So 4. Yep. Okay. This goes for the next one, too.
Thank you. Oh, you've already signed this? I signed it. Brilliant. Let's start a new pile over here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session minutes for the May 6th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain? Oh, are you part of that?
That was my first.
Oh,
meeting.
that was.
That was
okay, I'm
reorg.
sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, I thought we were still off, yeah.
His old head, he was in the
Unanimous.
office a whole day,
Jeez, I really missed
48
that.
hours. 24 hours.
You riped overnight.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session minutes for the May 18th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to abstain. I was not present.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain? Ms. Moore?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session minutes for the May 20th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session minutes for the May 28th, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the regular session minutes for the June 1st, 2026 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Tyler, second by Mr. Massey. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And are we ready to, oh, Town Administrator report.
Thank you. So first, I attached to my report some previously requested information regarding the town's outstanding debt schedule, both for the general fund, exempt, non-exempt, and enterprise debt. Secondly, Chief Zimmerman intends to proceed with the 2026 cruiser replacements by purchasing one gas and one hybrid vehicle, and I concur. I attached a memorandum from the chief. Initially, these were requested to both be hybrid vehicles, but based upon his recommendation and some of the concerns that they've seen, they'd like to proceed with one and one, which I agree with. Town planner did submit an application to the State One Stop for Growth program for grant funding related to wastewater needs, and I want to thank Representative Jones for his assistance by sending a letter of support. I already provided an update with regard to the 20 Elm Street project and our being over the 10% threshold for Chapter 40B. And then finally, ADA improvements at the Third Meeting House and the top of the Common are ongoing. They have cut in the accessible pathway from the Haverhill Street sidewalk up to the top of the Common, and they're setting curb on the east side along Bow Street. So a lot of progress being made, and we look forward to getting that completed. Thank you.
Just one comment. I'm very disappointed that the vehicles, hybrids don't start. I mean, how does that even happen?
Yeah,
I mean, that's like bizarre to me.
We've had a number of issues with them, with officers being stranded, with the vehicles not starting, so really, they're not abandoning it, but they do want to compare with the newer vehicles, one and one, same year, and get a better footing on this,
Yeah.
for planning moving forward.
Yeah. Well, if you ever consider all electric, all I can tell you, it's the most reliable car I've ever had in my life, is my all electric car. And I've had it for years, and it's never not started. Anyways. Yeah, please.
Mr. Chairman, quick question. Mr. Gilberto, the item one that on your report, was that from a request maybe from me or from a resident recently?
I think it was from you.
Okay, yep, perfect, thank you. Just want to make sure.
All right. Anybody else?
Thank you very much
We're
for
all
doing
set. Just a motion to send us home, please.
Review the meeting.
The meeting schedule.
Oh, I'm sorry, did miss that.
Upcoming meeting
Yeah.
schedule.
So, and I think I had proposed this at the last regular meeting on the 18th, but I know at least one board member wasn't here. We would next meet on July 6th. However, I don't think that we're going to have a meeting packet ready for our meeting that evening. That would be followed by a meeting on July 20th. So I don't know whether we want to look for, potentially for the 13th, or simply go with the one meeting on May 20th for the month of July, and then pick up both meetings in August when we're preparing for town meeting. But I wanted to put that out there. And then the other, so it's, how do we want to handle July 6th? And then Monday, September 7th is Labor Day. We legally can't meet, but we should choose a date that week so that we can sign the warrant for the October town meeting. So we start with July 6th.
So how busy are we looking? I mean, we already know what we have left over here. So
Yes.
we have that to start.
We do have that to start with, yes.
We don't have any public hearings.
We have a hearing that
We
we-
wanted to review the contract with the seller.
So that I see being a special meeting much sooner than the 6th. So we'll be, when that's ready, we'll be calling you and asking for at least a virtual meeting, whether it's in the morning or otherwise. I don't see it waiting until a regular meeting.
Okay. You want to hit it before the end of the month, I
We want to
assume.
hit it as soon as it's ready, so we
Yeah.
can sign it.
Yeah.
Or not.
So do we have a public hearing coming up on anything? Because that always takes the most time.
We have a license application. Is it in? Do we have it in hand? We do.
What is that?
There's a pledge for Lucky Mark, I think, right? Yeah,
Oh,
there's
that's,
a pledge application.
that's pretty quick, right?
Well, it requires a hearing, but yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think we should skip the 6th because we deferred a lot of items
We did
from
defer
this
a lot.
agenda.
So
And
we should-
there's an.
Is
if
the
we keep-
29th off
hopefully
limits?
we'll- I'm sorry?
Is the 29th off limits for anyone here?
I won't be able to be there.
It happens to be my birthday, but that's
Oh, is it
okay.
really?
The 29th of
But it's getting close to the
June?
4th of July.
I'm also out of town.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So we can't do the 6th, why can't we do the 6th? Just curious.
I won't be here that week before. So for meeting packet purposes, I don't,
Gotcha.
I don't know what's going to look like.
You're gone the whole week, the 6th? you're
Yeah,
there?
the week of the 22nd, the 29th, excuse me.
That's another reason why too.
That's another reason.
You're gone the 29th through
The
the
29th
5th?
through the 3rd, yes.
So, but you wouldn't have the meeting packet ready then?
It's just going to be, we can, whatever condition it's in on the 26th, we can roll with it if that's what folks want to do. That's okay with me, but it's just got to be okay with you. Some of the work's already done because it's in the packet tonight, so.
Yeah.
It'll be a short meeting, but
It
at
might
least we
be
can
a
get
shorter
through.
agenda, yeah, so
I-
we just
I'd be
carry
o-
over this stuff and then.
I'd be okay with that,
Okay,
personally.
I think I can make that work.
Everybody's available the 6th?
July 6th?
July 6th, yeah.
It'll
And
be a
then just
short meeting,
confirm,
but we can-
just to, if we want to look at if we want to discuss the contract, that'll be a separate thing on,
That would be a separate meeting sooner.
Before the end of June.
okay, all right. Yes, July 6th is actually fine.
All right.
Okay.
All right, then you said September, because I think originally you had said September 7th, but I noticed it was Labor Day.
So September 7th is Labor Day. We
Yeah.
can't meet legally that day, but we should meet that week.
Oh, I think I have the 8th down.
That's a Tuesday.
I know, based on,
You probably just anticipated it would go up a day, maybe, I don't know.
no,
Yeah, either
generally I don't. But
8th or 9th, I would say.
Yeah, I couldn't do the 9th, but I can do the 8th.
The 9th is likely to be the first day of school for anyone
Yeah.
who is concerned
It
about
is the
that.
first day of school, in fact, yeah.
Did we jump over August?
So August, the regular schedule would be the 3rd and 17th,
3rd and 17th, thank you.
and for July, it'd be the 6th and 20th.
So we're talking Tuesday the 8th?
Yeah, it'd be either Tuesday or Wednesday. Thursday is kind of pushing it in terms of getting the warrant ready.
I can't do Wednesday.
Tuesday the 8th?
Tuesday.
Yeah, I can do Tuesday the 8th.
Okay,
So I had it in there for a reason.
great. Perfect. Thank you.
You had a premonition, Steve.
We'll look forward to a short meeting on Monday the 6th.
All
Yeah.
right, so I really beg your pardon. So July 6th, August is going to be,
The
So-
3rd, the
July
17th.
6th and the 29th.
So we'll take, just take them in
17th.
order just for everybody. So July 6th, then July 20th, then August 3rd, August 17th, Then in September, not Monday the 7th, but Tuesday the 8th. Then Monday the 21st. That'll be a warrant article hearing, I believe. And then fall town meeting is Monday, October 5th. And I did write these dates down on page 5 of the packet, if that helps anybody.
And then the 19th. It took us up to just before Christmas.
Yes.
Do
As
you
we
have
get-
those, Charles, the October, the November, December dates?
I have October 5th for town meeting, October 19th, I assume,
Right,
then November 2nd,
correct.
16th,
Yes.
30th,
Nope,
no,
7th, December 7th and December 21st.
Where are you guys getting these dates?
They're in the meeting notes for the open session part of the packet.
Page 5.
It's page 5.
Oh.
We had it before, because if I have them in my calendar, someone else told us before.
I mean, I just copied them from the board's policy of the first and third Monday, so.
I see.
Other than the 7th.
so
Thank you.
December,
7th and 21st.
September 21st.
okay. We'll figure all that out. All right, okay. I gotta update my calendar.
Now we can adjourn.
Can you motion for adjournment?
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn.
Oh, hold on.
Wait,
Can we offer some special consideration for Mr. Kerr?
yes.
Yep. Just before you adjourn, we have the barbecue series coming up at IRP, which will be 6/24. And then it will be 7/8, 7/15, and then 7/22. So the 24th, the 8th, the 15th, and the 22nd.
Excellent.
So hopefully you
Catch one
can
of those.
make one of them, if not all of them.
I didn't make them last year, but I'd
Right.
like to make them this year.
I believe, I'm going off of memory here, so that's bad. I believe the 8th is Frisbee Dog.
Frisbee
Could be
dog.
the 15th, but that's the most popular one,
What's frisbee dog?
when we have the dogs come in and they catch the Frisbees. So over 400 people always show up for that one. So,
Oh,
And which date is that again?
it's either going to be the 8th or the 15th
Of July?
of July. It's always a Wednesday unless we have a rain out. Then it goes to Thursday.
Got it.
You have 4 scheduled, Ron?
Yeah, 4 scheduled.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Yeah, no rain date? All right, we're trying to no rain dates, so I guess we either have it or we don't on a Wednesday.
Okay, so
So-
there is a rain on a Wednesday.
Then I
It's
guess we're
canceled.
canceling it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to handle the food and all that if we keep delaying. I do have one other question, number 14, with all the town-owned land, we didn't talk about that,
I think it's been deferred till the 6th, July 6th.
July 6th. Thank you.
thank you.
That's the
Mr. Chairman, I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming out.
Everybody.